tomorrow. Yes, definitely. I will be the last person to cancel a class. I even having plan now. I heard Azim was saying yesterday that on Saturday and Sunday all the classes are cancelled. It seems so. At 12 out there. So I was even having second thoughts of putting extra class on those days. It'll be fun, right? So yeah, let's see. Second torture you all more. Physical. I mean, I'm saying for the if it's well out in Colonna, people like think there is one cover up class I have to do for you. So I can slowly find it here. Anyways, what do you call sorry. I'll give you all 10 minutes. Start doing this question, all of you. If you all need more time, let's see, but I'll on the timer for 10 minutes. Once you're done with this question, raise a hand in Zoom. It's a continuation of last class paper. I think it's a Royal College paper. So Royal Institute paper. Okay, the timer is on. Your time starts now. Start doing it. You're sick also. Who cares about sickness when I'm doing class? Through what Western Branch, I said, WhatsApp, I sent some questions. Can you explain our class? Yes, sure. Send last and before week's recording. I will share it in the group, but actually you can find it in this one. Even YouTube it's available, but I shared the group. Don't worry. I think commerce class happened this week. Oh, I'll just check. Okay, all of you start doing this question. Once you're done with the whole question, raise a hand in Zoom, and I will discuss. Well, what is it, Nashita? Is Zoom having an error or something? How could we access this paper? Okay, those who are new for the paper class, there's a separate group for the paper class. If you're on Direct, I'll share the link in the chat. So use this link and make sure you join the WhatsApp group. I mean WhatsApp community because I will be sharing the paper there. I'll share this questions PDF. I'll share. Give me a moment. So need the PDF version of that question. I'll just WhatsApp the PDF as well. Yeah. So make sure they're in the group because I sent the paper in a group now. It is sending sent. In this question, this formula and function mean the same. I'll explain what do you mean by function I'm teaching. Today is 15th day. Is it so? Today is actually 50. I think 15 or 16. The numbering, I think I made a mistake actually. But as far as I know, it's 15th or 16th. Not less. It's either equal or more. Okay, start doing this question all of you. Once you're done, raise your hand up. I'll give you 10 minutes because just now I gave you the paper and all. So I'll start the timer now. What do you call start doing this question all of you? Once you're done, raise your hand in Zoom. Huh? Those who are done with the question, raise your hands up. So then, based on that, I can decide how much more time I'd give. Others, fasten your have a few minutes remaining. I'll give a bit more time extra. Quick. Your time is up. Let's check your answer. Give me a moment. I wanted to, Malik. Let's see. Okay, let's start now, guys. Which Hafsa? Thomas second batch. What is this? Do we have Eloa grade 11 class tomorrow? Yeah, we have. Next time in the award day, must have award for teachers saying who also always keep class and torture students. Are you doing MCQ too? Um, for grade 10, I was doing MCQ in the paper class. So yeah, I'll do for y'all also. Normally I don't do MCQs, but yeah, I'll do. I don't mind doing it. Okay, let's start. I feel like this PDF has some issues. Let me just get a copy of this PDF. Yeah, this PDF has some issue. Okay, let's start. Not yet, Harun. I want to start, but I didn't still start. I will update you. Okay, so before we start today's class, I'll just let you all know one thing. I have talked to this in some of the classes. What if the PDF has some bugs? I feel like the PDF has some bugs. I really don't, this doesn't give me a good sign. Oh, yes, that's the. So, anyways, I'll come back to the main topic. What do you call in terms of so in terms of the classes, like you all know, I mean, this is a completely free class and there is no any particular difference for this. But apart from this, other people, some of you are coming to my class, some of you are not coming for my class. So you all know that I have a separate, I all know that I have just, apart from this paper class, I have a separate theory class that's going on. So currently how the theory class is going on is, it's a bit weird. We have the online class. And in terms of physical classes, currently we have the two classes happening at Vellavata and Kolannavano. The class, we have the two classes happening at Vellavata and Kolannava. Now, the thing is, if you compare the Vellavata and Kolannava class, I said it's weird. Why I said it's weird is because the structure of the lessons we are in is a bit different. Online class is a bit ahead of the physical. So, in that terms, most probably, if things go as planned, okay, if things go as planned, by the end of October, inshallah, for what do you call physical online means September, October. Yeah, by the end of October, before the end of October, inshallah, I'll try to make sure that that syllabus is completed. And in terms of physical, inshallah, by the end of October, November, between the middle of November, I'll try to do it before that, but most probably by the middle of November, I think the syllabus might be completed. I was addressing this in the class. It might be a repetition for you all, but just listen because there are some of you all who are not there in the class and some of you are not much aware. Same for everyone else, so not just you. That's a problem. How can I identify if the PDF has some bugs? You can feel it. So the problem is, even if we complete the syllabus, or definitely we're going to complete the syllabus on time. But leaving that thing aside, in terms of the problem we have here is your O levels are scheduled on December. So even if I complete by October, even if I complete by November, the time I have here, we will be doing papers. Once the theory class is over, we'll be doing papers here. But leaving that thing aside, the amount of time we have here to do papers is not enough. I know we are doing papers in paper class as well, but still I don't feel it enough. Now, for the last few batches, I started something called recap class. And the 2024 batch, it went on actually properly. But 2025 batch, I started a bit late and I saw it was not having a very good outcome. It did not, I was not happy with how it went. Okay, compared to 2024, I was not happy with 2025's result. So therefore, for y'all, I want to again make sure that everything is proper. So therefore, without waiting till October or November, without waiting till I finish the theory class and then start the recap class, I am planning on starting a separate recap class now itself. I was initially going to do it yesterday. My initial plan, if you all have talked about this in theory class, so if you all were there in theory class and talked it, my initial plan was to do it yesterday, but I'm not still done with all those post arrangement. So just giving you all a heads up now, especially the people who are not coming for my theory class as well. I'll be starting something called recap class, and there will be a free introduction session. There'll be introduction session where I'm explaining all these stuffs. Most probably, I might do that session on coming Saturday or Sunday, meaning on the coming 29th or else on 30th, the coming Saturday or else Sunday from 8:30 p.m. to 10 p.m. or else 8 to 10 p.m. I'm not sure of the time. I'll double check and let you know the exact time. I'll tell you. So most probably either one of these days, I'll be doing a small introduction session. Most probably we'll be starting on this day. But now it's I'll just give you a heads up of what's going to happen, all those stuffs. Okay. So that'll be a completely free session. So this is going to be an open session. It's going to be a free session. And for others, if you're wondering, is this a paid class? This class is completely free for the theory class students. So those who are coming for my theory class, it's free. For outsiders, there will be a small fee, and outsiders will have to pay. I'll let you all know those details later. So it's free for theory class. If you others out who are not coming for my theory class, if you all want to join this, what do you call? There'll be a small fee. I'll update the posters later. And why is it lagging? I'll talk about I'll talk about that. Now let me tell you what we are going to do in the paper class. So I paid for this. Let me explain you what we are going to do in this class, because one of the majority of you are asking, am I going to, when will this be held? Every Saturdays and Sundays. This will be a class that will be held every Saturday and Sunday. Either it will be from 8 to 10 or else 8:30 to 10. I have made the posters. I'll just double check and I'll let you know the exact time. But it will be every Saturdays and Sundays night. Okay. So in terms of will I teach theory? Yes, I will be teaching theory, but not all the lessons. I'll tell you there are certain important lessons which are actually easy and you can easily score marks. For example, if you take lessons like spreadsheet, I will not only do the questions, but before I do the questions, I'll teach you all theory. I will even give you all notes to write. Then lessons like database. Then programming. Yes, we have the class number. HTML, sometimes I might not teach you all from scratch everything, but we will be doing questions as well in terms of HTML. So these three lessons I'll be teaching you all and then doing questions. HTML, sometimes directly I might give you questions. Okay. So apart from what you call teaching you all this and doing questions, if you take your oral paper, you all know in your part 2, the first question. Okay, if you all know in your oral paper, part 2 question, first question, it's a compulsory question. Yes, it'll be starting from next month, but there'll be introduction session on, like we'll be starting off a small session, introduction session kind of session on this weekend, most probably. Okay, so the part 2, question number 1, it's a compulsory question. So in the new syllabus, which is, yes, from 2016 to 2025 O-level batch, now 26, no? All the questions I'll be doing. Okay. Yes, Tahira. And then apart from that, in terms of MCQ, I will not be doing all the MCQs because practically, I'll tell you all, there are certain teachers I see, they are doing 100 MCQs, 50 MCQs, 40 MCQs within 1 or 2 hours. I'm seriously confused because if you're asking me, within 1 hour, I can only complete around, if I'm like going to explain and do the questions properly, I can do only 10 MCQs averagely. That's also depending on the question, it can vary. So I'm actually confused how people do many MCQs. So the point is, I will not be doing all the MCQs because practically, even though what do you call, we have 3 months remaining, we can't do all the MCQs. So MCQs, there are certain selected questions I will be choosing just to show, okay, these kind of questions can come. Certain selected MCQs I will be discussing. And yeah, spreadsheet, database, programming, HTML, part 2, Q1, MCQ. These are the main things that I have actually planned. For now, I have planned only 2 days, Saturdays and Sundays, 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. Mostly will happen. 8:30 or it is 8. I'll double check and let you all know later. And in terms of will you be getting a tute, the things you all will be getting is I'll be giving you all a separate writing book because I want you all to write down the notes in certain points because write down stuffs, you will have it on your head more than printing stuffs. And then you will be getting printed materials, you'll be getting the questions printed. For example, I said there are certain questions we'll be discussing under all these sections. So I'll call this questions booklet. It will be like a tute without a cover page basically. So I'll be giving you questions booklet printed and the writing book printed. These are some things. So there'll be around 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, around 5 or 6 tutes and one writing book. Mostly you'll be getting around 5 tutes or 6 tutes. So what do you call 5 booklets basically and one writing book, 5 or 6. Okay. So you will be getting all these stuffs and what do you call? Actually, I can even reveal the fees. The fees will be 1,800 per month. For the people who are not, what do you call, joining my theory class. If you are joining for my theory class, it's completely free. But if you're not coming for the theory class, this will be the fee for the recap class. And what do you call, you'll be getting all these stuffs. So we will be doing, I'll be teaching you all the theory, plus we'll be discussing papers. And I'll tell you one thing, the people who actually had participated in this session, if you can just go and ask your seniors who has come to my classes, you can go and talk to them. The people who actually joined all these sessions properly and who brought their questions every day and asked questions, all those stuffs, they have actually improved their knowledge significantly. And one thing I'll tell you all, even though I have mentioned the time here 10 p.m., I will be done with my teaching by 10 p.m. But still, I will be giving you all the opportunity to bring questions. If you all are coming to my classes, you all know even the paper class which we have today, theory class we have normally also. Once the class is over, I allow you all to ask questions unless I have some work on that day and I can't stay. Majority of the days I stay and I clarify all of your doubts and you go. So even though the class is over, you can, even if you have like questions which all are practicing alone and you all have doubts, you can stay and ask. So if you all are wondering, would I stay? Like, is there a limited amount of time I'll stay? I'll just tell you there are certain free classes. I finished the class by 10 p.m. the content, but until 3, 4 a.m. I have done doubt discussion from 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. once a doubt discussion went. So you can bring your doubts, there's no issues. How to purchase it, how to join the classes, all these details I'll be updating you all soon. Just make sure that they are in the Master IT WhatsApp channel because I'll be posting these details in the channel within this week. So just make sure that you all are there in the channel and just look into the channel for a while. I'll update all these details there. Anyway, just give you a heads up because I'm always missing to tell you all this, okay? No, sorry. Your wish, Dura. If possible, yes, not compulsory. Is it possible to get, if you study those lessons, is it possible to get a pass for ICT? Yeah, if you do these stuffs, definitely, inshallah. Not yet, friend, was discussing some stuffs. Is there a tute for this writing book and those paper class booklets? Should we have to maintain a separate book for that as well? I will be giving you all. I'm so dumb to give you a writing book actually. Is the fees 1,800? Fees is 1,800 for the people who don't come to my theory class. I might have a writing book to show you all. Well, I will search for it. Let's start the question discussion. Will you provide us writing book? Yes. Should we pay for the tute separately? No, it's not really free. Yes, Sura. Not now, after this summer. But the theory class is free, right? Technically, if you pay the theory class, you get this class. It's actually very weird. If you what do you call the point is simple. If you're coming for the theory class, that's class is completely free. I'm not. You don't have to pay separately. Let's focus the context and all, okay? TUD is free for everyone. For the people who are enrolled in there, it's free for everyone. I'll update those details soon, okay? Saturdays and Sundays, I'll update later. Is it the same table I saw in OLED 2016 or 17? Maybe. Because the school has basically taken past few questions and merged and given. Okay. The following spreadsheet segment shows some statistics of road accidents reported in 2018. Okay, so you can see here in 2018, the road accidents are mentioned here. And the question is saying, write down the correct formula to be entered in cell B13 to find the total number of vehicles involved in fatal accidents. So B13 is here, and they want a formula to find the what do you call total number of people involved in fatal accidents. You can see this column is talking about fatal accidents, and you can see there are different vehicle types. For each vehicle type, how much fatal accidents have been what do you call come across is recorded here, and the total of that is mentioned here. So the question is saying write down a formula to find the total number of vehicles involved in fatal accidents. Now there are two ways you could write this formula. One is you could write the formula only using cell address. So if you're going to only use cell address and write the formula, your answer would look something like this. Let me write the answer here. Question A. Your formula would look something like equals. And the first cell address is basically column B, row number 4. So cell address is basically B4. And you keep on adding one by one. So B4 to B11. So B4 plus B5 plus B6 plus B7 plus B8 plus B9 plus B10 plus B11. So this is the answer you can write using form cell address. But even though you can write this like this, it's not a what do you call advisable way to write formulas so long. So you can shorten this whole formula by using a function. So I can rewrite the same formula by mentioning equals sum B4 to B11. Now some of you are asking, is formula and function the same? Formula and functions are not the same. Function is a type of thing which you can use inside a formula. Formula is basically an equation. There are different types of things you can use inside the equation, or different types of things you can use inside a formula. Inside a formula, you can use numbers like plus 4, plus 5, divide by 3, divide by 4. You can use numbers. Apart from using numbers, you can use arithmetic operators, also known as symbols, like addition symbol, multiplication symbol. Those arithmetic operators you can use. Then you can use cell address like A1, B1. Those are a part of things you can use inside a formula. Apart from this, also you can use in a formula, you can also use functions. So function is just like how you can use numbers in a formula. Function is also just a component that can be included in a formula. Just keep that idea in mind. Because you can, it's basically the same. You buy this, you get that. You buy this, you get that. Both are same. Now. Okay. Is it must be in capital letters? Nope. You can write in capital, you can write in simple. There's no answers. So for the first question, if you wrote any of these answers, both are correct. Because they have not told you how to write. They have just asked you the formula. So therefore, both the answers are correct. I would prefer this answer comparatively. If you wrote this answer, mark it correct. Put 2 marks there. If you have any questions, drop in the chat. Then question B. Assume that the formula entered in cell B13 is copied to the cell range C13 to E13. Write down the formula displayed in D13. Okay, so they are saying we have the formula written in B13 now, which is this. They are saying if this formula is copied to the cell range of C13 to E13. So C13 to E13 is this cell range. So they are saying they're going to copy it to that cell range. When you say copy it to that, the meaning of that is we're going to copy it from here and we are going to paste it to all of these 3 cells. That is what you mean by copy it to the cell or copy it to these cells. Okay, so we're going to paste it in all these 3 cells. So after we paste it to all these 3, so you're going to paste it to cell range means you're going to paste it to all those 3 cells, all the cells from C13 to E13. After we are done pasting, the question is asking what will be the formula displayed in D13. So they're asking what will be the formula. You can notice here. Okay, they're asking what will be the formula here. Now, Based on that question, tell me, like I'll show you the question here as well. Look at the question and tell me, as per this question, okay, as per the question, tell me, we copied the formula from which cell? Perfect. We copied the formula from B13 cell. Okay. And we pasted the formula. The formula now we are supposed to, right? Okay, we are supposed to find what is the pasted formula. So what we are supposed to find was pasted where? What we are supposed to find, we are supposed to find what was pasted where? Correct. We are supposed to find what was pasted on B13 cell. And then tell me, what was the formula we copied? What was the formula we copied? You can tell me the short one. Like I told you, you can put both the answers, but second answer is most preferable. So, what is the formula we copied? Perfect. The formula we copied was equal sum B4 to B11. Before I start my explanation, first of all of you are tell, are you all clear about obtaining these datas? Yes or no? Like this is the copied formula. This is where it was copied from. This is where it was pasted to. And we are supposed to find what was the pasted formula. The question is basically asking us to find what was the pasted formula. That part is clear? Perfect. So now let me explain how you do these kind of questions. In these kind of scenarios, in questions where they ask you a formula was copied from here to here, what was the pasted formula, blah, 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 make sure that you have a clear idea on these three stuffs. Without that, it's difficult to do the question. Now I'll tell you how you do this approach for this question. So what you do is, first of all, you have to compare the copied cell address and compare the pasting cell address. Where are we copying from? Where are we pasting to? Okay. Where we copied from and where are we pasting to? You have to compare both the cell address and see the comparison. Okay. Now, when you take a cell address has two components. A cell address has a column name in it and a row number in it. Okay. For example, if I take B13, in B13 column name is B, row number is 13. So I had to compare both the cell address, the copied cell and pasting cell. I had to compare both and see has a row number change and has a column name change. First of all, let's compare the row numbers. Actually, first of all, you have to compare the column name. Again, order is not important, but yeah. First of all, let's compare the column name. Will you compare the column name and tell me, are there any changes in between the column name of these two cell address? Has the column name changed? Correct. The column name has changed. So we are going from the B cell to the D cell. Okay. We are going from B cell to D cell. So now we are going to figure out the change. Whenever you are figuring out the change, keep in mind there are two things I'm expecting from you. One is direction and second is distance. Distance I'm going to measure in form of steps. Direction I'm going to measure in form of up, down, right, left. Now tell me if I want to go from the column. Now I said no, the cell address has two parts, column name and row number. So now we are going to compare the column name. So by comparing the column name, tell me to go from the column B to go to the column D, in which direction should you go? Should you go in the right side or left side or up or down? In which direction when you move, you can go from column B to column D. Perfect. Column B is here, column D is here. To go from B to D, you have to go to the right. See, you have to go for the right. Now, apart from the direction, I also want to know the distance. Distance, I'm going to measure the number of steps. For example, to go from B to C, it is one step. To go from C to D, it's another step. So now based on that, tell me to go from B to D, how many steps I have to go for the right side? From B to D, how many steps I have to go for the right side? Perfect. One, two. I have to go two steps to the right. I have to go two steps to the right. Similarly, figure out is there a change in the row numbers? If there is a change, then you're supposed to find what the change is. So look at the row numbers and see are there any changes? No. In the row numbers, there are no any change. So now we have figured out in terms of change. Okay, now we have figured out in terms of change, there's only one change. The only one change is we are going to go two cells towards the right. In terms of vertical change, normally column name represents horizontal change, meaning going right and left. And vertical change is going up and down. So there is no vertical change here. There's only one change here, is to go two cells towards the right. Now, first of all, tell me, are all of you clear about what I did here? Because I'm going step by step. Because if you don't understand one step, you can't proceed with me. That's why I'm breaking down this step. It is a very easy step, easy scenario if you know how to do the questions. Perfect. So now after I figure out the change, my next step is basically apply change to all the cell address. Now, when you copy a formula from one cell to another cell, okay, when you're copying a formula from one cell to another cell, everything in a cell doesn't change. There are only selected things that change. So if you're wondering what type of things that get, what are the things that will get changed, only the cell address will get changed. For example, if I have a formula like this, E equals 4 times 3, tell me if I copied this formula and pasted this formula onto another cell, will my formula change? Any cell. If I copy this and paste it any cell, will the formula change? No. But if I copy a formula like this, let's say A1 into 3. Now if I copy this formula and paste it onto another cell, will it change? Yes. What will change? The A1 will change, or the multiplication will change, or 3 will change, or what will get changed, or everything will get changed. But what's going to get changed? Exactly. Perfect. Only A1 will get changed because only A1 is a cell address within this formula. So keep in your mind when you copy paste formulas, only cell addresses change. Okay. So we are going to apply this change to the cell address. Okay. So first of all, let me rewrite the copied formula. The copied formula was equal sum B4 to B11. The copied formula was equal sum B4 to B11. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to apply the change. When applying the change, you have to keep in mind, apply change for every cell address. You have to make sure you apply the change for every cell address. So let's go one by one. Okay. There are two cell addresses. One is B4, one is B11. First, let's just change let's keep the remaining stuffs as it is. Let me just rewrite the whole formula as it is will equal sum, open brackets, colon, closing brackets. So let's now change one by one. Tell me from the for the B4 cell, let's apply the change. First, the change is going two cells towards the right. From the B4 cell, if I go two cells towards the right, which cell will I land to? This is a B4 cell. From this B4 cell, if I go two cells towards the right, one, two, two cells towards the right, what is this cell I'll be landing to? Perfect. I'll be landing on the D4 cell. Similarly, from the B11 cell, so B11 is somewhere here. From the B11 cell, if I go two cells towards the right, which cell will I land to? Perfect. From the B4 cell, D4 cell, sorry, D11 cell, B11 cell, if I go two cells to the right, I'll land to the B11 cell. So now I have got the pasted formula. The pasted formula is basically this. We have found the pasted formula. Is that clear, all of you all? How I found this? Sorry, D. Why don't we use dollar symbol? In the formula we copied was dollar symbol there. The formula we copied was dollar symbol there. No. So if the copied formula had dollar symbol, then we could think about it. But the copied formula did not have it. There are certain situations where that has to be used. When you come across those situations, I'll just like, if there is no, we use dollar symbol if you want something not to change. Like now, for example, you saw here, jumping two cells towards the right, the column name got changed. If you want the column name not to change, then write in the formula for the first time, you should have put dollar symbol. Like for example, in this question itself, if you wanted the formula to be static, okay, when the formula is copied, if you want the formula not to change, here itself you should have put the dollar symbol. So dollar symbols are put only if you want to keep a part of the cell address fixed. I'll come when we come for those questions, I'll show you. But this question did not have a dollar symbol, no. Only if it had a dollar symbol, we have to think about it. Tell me, is this clear, all of you? If you have any questions, drop in the chat. When we do the question with you, all seems very easy. But when we do it alone, everything goes wrong. Always love. It's not like that. It's just that you all are so lazy to read the question. Can you please show a small example how would change both horizontally and vertically? Yes, I will show you. Now, in this question, we are pasting it onto the D13 cell. Let's assume that without pasting to the D13 cell, let's assume that we are going to paste it to something like E15 cell. Example. So in this situation, we are copying it from B13 and we're going to paste it onto E15. Example. Now in this situation, compare the both column names and tell me to go from the column B to E, what should be my movement or what should be my change? Again, I wanted AR to give me the change in two things, direction and distance. Like up, right, up, down, right, left, 1, 2, 3, 4. To go from B to E, correct. From B to E, B to C, C to D, D to E. From B to E, we have to go towards the right side, 3 steps. Okay. B to C, 1 step, C to D, another step, D to E, 1 step. So B to C, C to D, D to E. It's 3 steps. That's how you can do the hand itself. B to C, C to D, D to E. 3 steps towards the right. Okay. And if you compare 13 to 15, what is the direction and distance? Correct. In spreadsheets, the row numbers are labeled using numbers as in ascending order. So you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, let's go in ascending order. So to go from row number 13 to 15, you're going down. Okay. And 13 to 14 is 1 step, 14 to 15 is another step. Okay. Actually, row numbers, now finding the difference is very easy. You can just find the difference. Like you can just say 15 minus 13 and find the difference. So you just have to find the difference to get the distance in row numbers. Okay. So now we know the change. The change is basically 3 cells towards the right and 2 cells down. Okay. Zaina, first of all, tell me, are you clear about this part? Figuring out. Perfect. Now let's apply the change. So in this question, the formula I copied was basically equals sum B4 to B11. So now I'm going to apply the change. Okay. So the changes I have first thing I have horizontal change, and then I have the vertical change. We normally call this horizontal change, right, left, up, down, we call this vertical change. Okay. So let's first of all apply. the horizontal. Let me first of all rewrite the whole formula without the change. So this will be the same formula without the change. Now let's apply the right side 3. So from the B4 cell, okay, from this B4 cell, if I go 3 cells toward the right, B to C, C to D, D to E. From the row number 4, if I go 2 cells down, 4 to 5, 5 to 6, because going down increases, going up decreases. Okay, because row numbers are like this. See? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So from row number 4, if I go 2 cells down, 1, 2, I'll land to 6. If I go up, you can see it's subtracting. If I go down, it's increasing. Likewise, from the B11 cell, if I go right side 3 cells, B to C, C to D, D to E. From row number 11, if I go 2 cells down, 11 to 12, 12 to 13. So my pasting formula will be E6 to E30. This will be the pasting formula. Is that clear, Zaina? Perfect. I'll just share a picture of this in the group. So you just can have it for your reference later. Tudun, tudun, tudun. Okay. So the answer is equal sum D4 to D11. Actually, once you practice more questions, you can do that in the mind. You don't have to write so much of stuffs. So it's just that you need to practice yourself and understand how things work. Once you know the logic of how things work, you can do lots of stuffs in the mind itself. Next, write down the formula to be entered inside cell D14 to get the lowest value recorded for the critical accidents. Okay. In terms of marks, 2 marks here, 2 marks here. So you want a formula to enter in D14 cell to get the lowest value recorded in critical accidents. First, let's see where this D14 cell is. D14 cell is here. Okay, let me highlight that in a different color. So this is the D14 cell. So in this D14 cell, you want the lowest value for critical accidents. Now, if you're going to write a formula to find the lowest value, you can't do it without a function. You can't find the lowest value without a function. You definitely need a function for that. So tell me, out of the functions we have, take spreadsheets, the functions we have are sum, we have average. Again, in reality, we have more, but in your syllabus, these are some functions you have, right? So out of these functions, tell me, which function should you use to find the lowest value in a cell range? Cell range means collection of cells. Correct. To find the smallest value in a cell range, we use the min function. So I can write the formula like this: equals, because all the formulas has to be start with min. Now. Don't it equal symbol. Don't forget the equal symbol. Without the equal symbol, you will not get the marks. So equals min. In brackets, we are mentioned the cell range. We want to find the lowest record. So we want to find the lowest record for critical accidents. Always in a spreadsheet question, make sure before you start doing the question, just go through the spreadsheet and see what are the data given. Like this, read it and see what are the columns we have, what are the rows we have, all those stuffs. Because then you will get more familiar with the question. So if you notice, this column has a critical accidents, vehicle type critical, and for motorcycle, lorry, so these are the motorcycles critical accident count. These are lorries critical accident count. This is dual purpose vehicle. This is private bus. This is three wheels critical accident. This is SLT bus. This is cars and this is cycle. So you can see every vehicle's critical accident count you have here. So now what you're going to do is you're going to get the cell range for this, right? To get the cell range or to write the cell range, you should know where is this collection of cells starting and where is it ending. Okay, so this is cell range now. You should know where it's starting and where it's ending. Always the cell range will be, you'll look a cell range in this direction. You'll look it from the right side top, so left side top. When you're looking at a cell range, you'll look at the cell range from the left side top to right side bottom. You have to look at it this perspective. Okay. So in this situation, what happens here is there is no right and left because we are talking about one column only. See, only one column is there, so there is no right and left. So we can just focus on up to down. The cell range is starting from here. The starting cell address is D4 and it is ending here. The ending cell range, ending cell's address is D11. So what we do is we write both the cell address. In between the cell address, we write a colon. So we read that is 2. So D4 to D11. That's how we read it. Okay. So your final answer is going to be equals mean D4 to D11. Equals mean D4 to D11. If you wrote this, your answer is correct. If you have any questions, drop in the chat. 2 marks for that. Next. Write down the appropriate cell range for the formula written in cell B15. So they're asking you only the cell range. Huh? See, they're asking you for the appropriate cell range. Always read the question properly. Huh? Write down the appropriate cell range for the formula written in cell B15 to identify the highest number of accidents. Okay. In B15 cell, you're going to write the highest number of accidents. B15 is here. Okay, column B, row number 15. In this cell, you're going to write the formula to find the highest accident, it seems. Again, to find the highest value also without a function, you can't do that. You can't find it. So tell me, out of these functions we have, which function do we use to find the largest value or highest value? If I didn't put the equal symbol, will I lose marks? Yes. If I'm marking a paper, I'll give 0 marks without the equal symbol. But if I wrote min in uppercase, like I told you earlier, simple letters, capital letters is not a problem. You can write the capital, you can write the letter M in capital, I in simple, N in capital. You can mix and write also. There is no issues. It will work. Correct. To find the largest value, we use a max function. So equals max. In brackets, you mention the cell address you're going to find. So we are going to find here the highest number of accidents. Now, they have not mentioned what type of accidents. They have said highest number of accidents. Identify the highest number of accidents. Okay. So in that case, what we are do is you can't just, you can't just depend on one type. You have to check the whole spreadsheet. Okay. All types of accidents. If you're talking about all types of accidents, all the types of accidents are there in this cell range. So we want to find the highest number out of all these types. So tell me, what is the cell range for this blue color portion? I told you, always cell range you'll see from left side top to right side bottom. So see the starting cell, ending cell, and tell me, what is the cell range for that blue color selected part? Perfect. All types of accident is this whole thing. Okay, every column is representing a specific type. But the blue color portion, you can see it's all type. So if we're talking about all types of accident, it's starting from here. This one cell address is basically B4. And it's going up to here. And this one cell address is basically E11. So answer is, the correct formula is equals max B4 to B11. But in this question, are they asking us to write the formula? No. So if you wrote the formula like this, depends on the teacher. But if I'm marking your paper, I'll give you 0 marks. Because the question is not asking the formula. The question just wants only this part of the formula, the cell range. So only if you mention B4 to B11, no equal symbol because they are cell range. It's not a formula, it's just a cell range. So only if you wrote B4 to B11, I will give you marks there. If you put equal symbol, I'll cut marks. If you wrote equals max and wrote no marks, nothing. Doesn't that question mean the maximum for fatal? Did the question tell you fatal? First thing, did the question tell you fatal? Second thing is, even if you assume it's fatal, you can see they have mentioned the answer is 4524. Is there 4524 in fatal? No, 4524, you can say that's a minor accident. So that's definitely wrong. Why can't we put equals max? Because the question is not asking the formula. This is called a formula. This whole thing is there, right? This whole thing is called a formula. In this formula, this max is there, right? This is called the function name. You can call it as function or as function name. And is B4 to B1 is there, right? This is called the cell address. Sorry, cell range. So the question is asking only the cell range. So if you wrote the whole formula, 0 marks. Without putting anything, how to know what they are telling? What do you mean without putting anything? How do you know what to do? I didn't get you. It was a careless mistake. Okay. It's a careless mistake, you lose marks. That's what I'm saying. When questions are easy, marking is tight. Then what is cell address? This is cell address. B4 is cell address. Just B4 alone is cell address. B11 alone is a cell address. A formula is a cell range is formed by combining the starting cell address and ending cell address. So there are two cell address here. You mention the starting cell address and ending cell address to create a cell range. Got it, Rajan? But sir, it says only in B15. Yeah, we are writing the formula in B15. This is B15 cell. This is the B15 cell. So on this B15 cell, this is B15 basically. On B15 cell, I wrote the formula. So it's E11. I wrote B11 for the answer. It's E11, but I wrote B11. 0 marks because you have considered only fatal accident. The question says to find the highest now. So can we just put a cell range how to find it in Excel as the highest? The question is asking you to write down the appropriate cell range for the formula written in cell B15. So that means they have already written a formula in B15. B15 already contains a formula. So they are saying that formula that is there in the B15 cell, what is the cell range that's appropriate? So question always answer what is being asked, not what is there in your head. You have wrote B4 to B11. Okay, my bad. It should be E11. I wrote it in the top correctly and I wrote it here written wrong. Thank you for pointing it out. Oh my God, makes sense. Understandable. Should it be D11? Sorry, E11, E11. E11, right? Yeah, it should be E11. My bad. Okay. So if you wrote equals B4 to E11, you get the marks. If you wrote anything else extra, no marks. 0 marks. Again, I'm saying when questions are easy, marking scheme is tight. So read the questions properly. I hope I answered all the questions. Suppose if I missed any of your questions, please resend it in the chat. That's why Excel is key. Actually, I love Excel. It's very fun. It's very easy once you know. You can lot of stuff with Excel. We don't know English. That's the reason we are making silly mistakes. Correct. That's the problem. Why can't they directly put simple way instead of make it complicated? Then there is no fun. No. It will be very it won't be fun. It will be like once you finish a maths exams, once you finish a science exam, people will be crying. But after ICT exam, people are happy and we don't love it. We want them to cry as well. So that's why, you know, write down the most suitable chart type for the following. Okay, so they're asking the chart type for fun. To show a comparison of the types of accident involving each vehicle type in the same graph. Okay, so you want to show the comparison of the types of accidents involved in each vehicle type, involving each vehicle type in the same graph. Okay, first of all, there are these types of charts in a syllabus. You have pie chart, you have column chart, you have bar chart, you have line chart, and you have XYZ, sorry, XY scatter chart. Okay, so these are the charts which you have in your exactly, Ryan. Yes. So these are the charts we have in our syllabus. We just think it's too easy to make those mistakes. Exactly. And at the end of the day, I'll end up making those mistakes. Exactly. Imagine if once you become an oral paper marker. I'm actually very bad at marking. I will waste lots of time marking a paper. I'll be very specific in your answers. That's why I stopped marking. Anyways, so first thing you all have to know is out of all these charts, Pie chart is not suitable for comparing data. Not suitable for comparing data, or else not suitable to show variations. Like if you want to show variations like increase, decrease, all those to show ups and downs, to show variations, pie chart is not suitable. Okay. Because when you look at a chart, for example, if I look at a chart, if you look at a chart here, okay, if I give you here A, B, C, and D, can you exactly, just by looking at this, will you be able to exactly tell who is the, like, what is the order of the smallest to the largest with 100% accuracy? No. You all don't know is A and D equal, or is A greater or D greater. You don't know if now, visually you can see C and A. If you compare, C is less, you know. But out of C and D and A and B, it's difficult. Okay, not exactly. Huh? So out of A and B and C and D, it's difficult to compare and tell is it who is more, who is less. Okay. So normally, when we are doing comparison, we don't look at numbers now. For example, if you look at a pie chart, there will be number here as well. Okay, I can mention like 55, like 30%, 40%, 20%. I can mention numbers as well. But the problem is normally in charts, we don't mention numbers without mention. We do the comparison without numbers. Okay. So what do you call therefore keep in mind pie charts are not suitable for looking at variations like increase and decrease or comparison. We don't use pie chart. Depends, Zura. So if they even use this word called comparison, even if they use a word called variation, forget about pie chart in your answer. Now, in majority of the situations, all of these charts can be used for other situations. Whenever they say comparison variations, in 90% of the scenarios, this can be used. Okay. So the point is, in your syllabus, when you are teaching charts, they generally taught your charts, but there is this concept called as stacked charts. Like stacked bar chart, stacked column charts, stacked line charts. There is this concept called stacked chart. So if you want to show the comparison of the types of accidents involving each vehicle type in a same graph, okay, in the same graph, if you want to show all of them, in this column chart, bar chart, and line chart, you have to create something called a stacked column chart, stacked bar chart. So let me show you how a stacked column chart would look like. So there are two types of stacked chart. This is one of the types of stacked chart. So in one type of stack chart, you can see on blue is representing coffee, red is representing the what do you call chocolate, and yellow is representing soda, and green is representing ice cream. So it's like, for example, the amount spent. Now here green is representing Monday, and here amount spent. So the amount spent for ice cream on Mondays is like averagely all around, let's say, averagely around $18. Okay, this is not called bar chart. This is called bar chart. Bar chart is like this. Bar chart is horizontal, not vertical. Vertical is column chart. Okay. So what do you call if you notice here, it's talking about the amount spent for ice cream is around $18. The amount spent for soda on Monday is around $16, kind of, right? So this is how one type of stacked column chart is. The other type of stacked column chart, not exact like burger, it's not always now. For example, it's not always blue is down, red is up. Okay, in majority of the situation, you can see blue, red, yellow. So blue, yellow, green, majority of the situations they're like that. But that doesn't always be like that. Sometimes you can see red is down instead of blue. So there is no order of the colors. It's just that one above the other, one top of the other. Another type of stack chart is next to each other. So you can have like this next to each other. Okay, so you can see north, east, west, killer. You can see they have mentioned together three columns. Together three columns. So this is a different type of what do you call stack chart as well. Okay, so there are different type of stack charts. One is like this, one is that. Okay, so okay. So the point is, if you use a stacked column chart or stacked line chart, your answer is correct. But leaving about the stack chart, if you're taking directly column chart, directly bar chart, directly line chart, a direct single chart can't handle so much of data. Okay. One type of accident can happen. For example, if you're going to take only fatal accident, if you're going to take only what you call minor accident, only critical accident, only damage. If you're going to take one column, then you can do it using the bar chart or column chart, line chart, one column. But if you are include all these four columns, then it's difficult in those charts you learned. So in those situations only, this XY scatter chart comes to play. Okay. In XY scatter chart, I'll show you how a scatter chart looks like. In scatter chart, by default itself, you can have color variations actually. So this is how the scatter chart looks like. In scatter chart, we will have a color representing different species. For example, you can see here, for this one species is orange, one species is purple, one species is green. So for example, if I take a specific data point, which means if I take a specific point here, this is representing that, what do you call, orange color, that Adelie or whatever. It's some species about some disease, I guess. So Adelie's length is around 178 centimeters, let's say, millimeters. So there's Adelie of 178 centimeters, so 178 millimeters, and 3,800 grams weight. So now I have three columns of data, A, B, C. So when you have multiple columns of data, even XY scatter is actually suitable. Okay. So yeah, but in your syllabus, they actually allow you all to mention column, bar, and line. But to be honest, the most suitable answer is XY scatter. But as per your marking scheme, they will give answers for everyone. So if I'm going to use, for example, a column chart, the column chart might look like this. Number of accidents here. And here I might have the type of accident. Okay. So for example, I might have the type of accident, let's say as fatal. And I might have a column here with different colors. One color to represent motorcycle, one color to represent bicycle, one color to represent, let's say, three-wheel kill I can have. Okay. So there'll be three colors like this. Not three, actually, you can see how many vehicles are there here. There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's like going to be a box with eight. Broke eight, these ones. Make sense? I got my second term marks. 83. Good job, Ira. Why is it called as XY? You have x-axis and y-axis. If you had XY scatter chart, can we get marks? You will get marks for all the charts except pie chart. That is it. For pie chart, you will not get marks, but apart from pie chart, all of the answers. If you mention column, you'll get marks. If you mention line, you'll get marks. If you mention bar, you will get marks. And scatter also, you'll get marks. But if you mention pi, no marks. Okay, so out of all these answers, you mention one answer, you get 1 mark there. Next question, to show the number of fatal accidents for each vehicle type. Okay, here we are talking only about fatal accidents. And here they are talking about the word called show, not compare. So because they are talking about show the number of fatal accidents for each vehicle type, even pie chart is suitable. So for the last, so row number 2, you can mention any chart, you'll get the answer. Anything is fine. Why is it dancing? So for row number 2, you can mention any chart. All are correct. You get 1 mark there. Any chart means out of this given list, pie, column, bar, line, XY. So stack chart types are not in the syllabus but tested. It's technically like this. When you're doing practicals in the school, your teachers are supposed to show it to you all. It's just a variation of charts. Like, you can see there was one picture it showed here actually. When you are going to create charts, there is types of charts here. So it's just a type of chart. It's already there. It's like variation. Can we write stacked column or bar chart? You can use a word called stacked, but I doubt sometimes school teacher will know the different meaning of that word sometimes when they're doing some people when they're doing marking papers. Usually in exam paper, it doesn't look this easy, right? O levels are actually very easy. Only provincial papers they make it difficult. Yes, sure. Okay, so 1 mark for this, 1 mark for that. Okay, all of you all tell me now, out of 10 marks, how many marks you all got for the full question? If you have further doubts, stop and chat. From A to D, we are getting 2 marks each. How do we get these 2 marks? 1 mark for Roman number one, 1 mark for Roman number two. In the book, they have shown stack column chart in a different way. Yeah, it's not directly mentioned. If you write X, Y, okay, our answer, Pascal question, most probably no. We did those all, the first few days of the paper class, we did completely programming questions. So let's check the recording. So we'll be going a mixture. 8 just lost by writing equals max. Understandable. No, from A to D if you have 2 marks. I will not break the marks normally, but if I was supposed to break the marks, then maybe for the first question I would give for the function name, cell range, function name, cell range, function name, cell range, like that. Maybe Zura. But again, it's very rare. Normally for easy questions like this, they don't break the marks. It's a full 2 marks. Understand, Lama, that's fine. Okay, perfect. Now let's go for the next question. So next question, I'm going to do actually a different question, not from this paper. Grade 11. You will never mark like that. Exactly. I will never give you half marks and all that. I'm very Punjab in giving marks. Those who have the third lesson tute, you all can do it on the tute itself. Others, you all can just write it here. Um, I'll give you around 5 minutes. Do the question, these two questions, this and this. Because Roman number 4, I have already mentioned the answer here. So, yeah, do these two questions. I'll give you around 5 minutes. Quicker. Those who don't have the theory class tute, those are not coming from my class. Did the grade 11 third lesson for information. Those are not coming for the class. You can just take your writing book and just write the name of the paper, question number, and directly mention the answer. Which year's IT paper was a tough compared to other year? It's nothing like that. One questions vary. It's like the whole paper hard still you can't tell. But yeah. When the final seminar, I think. When's the final seminar? I don't know. We didn't still even think about that. Pushti. For question B, 1 mark for B4 and 1 mark for A. Easy questions, I'll tell you. Easy questions, we don't break marks like that. Okay, I'm going to put all of your hands down. So once you're done with this question, please raise your hand. Okay, all of you. No power, man, all giving marks. Most probably no, Rida. It's hectic, to be honest. Is it both? Give me a moment, guys. I don't think so. I'd like push them. Well, I have almost 1.5 minutes remaining. If you're done with the questions, raise a hand in Zoom. Come on. Okay. Oh my God, my laptop's volume was low, so I didn't even hear the time finishing. Okay, let's check your answers now. Okay. Write down the function of below items when performing operations in internet. Browser. Browser is basically used to access website. Used to access. You can mention it's an application used to access websites or web pages. Both are correct. And domain name system. It's used to translate something something. What to what? Perfect. Not URL to IP address, domain name to IP address. Huh? If you mention URL to IP address, you get only half marks. Web browser is used to access the World Wide Web. Okay, fine. Web browser used to access HTML document. Not only HTML document, you can even access XML document, PHP documents. There are different file formats. So cut the word called HTML and make it websites or web pages, and you can give full marks. Not exactly. Web server to store website related files. To store website related files. Can you write web server connects user to the internet? Wrong. It doesn't connect user to the internet. Internet connection only connects user to the internet. Or else your ISP only helps you to connect to the internet. Or else router only connects you to the internet. That's completely wrong. Store, manage, process file on the internet. Um, Not on the internet, but you can give marks, but these are the most suitable answer. So it's correct. You can give the marks, but these are the most suitable answer. Okay. FTP, file transfer protocol. It is used during file transfer through the internet. There's some application that's drinking my RAM. I think it's Zoom. Used in file transfer. Is drinking my RAM. It's stucking. No, none of these fellows. Let's figure out. So these are the answers you have mentioned here. What about storing web pages? No, it can be any sort of files. Get only half marks for that. Just transferring files from one computer to another computer. Yeah, okay, it's fine. It is used during file transfer through the internet. In brackets, you can mention uploading and downloading. Can we write FTP is used to transfer large size files? Wrong. Not only large, even small. Maybe you can give half marks for that. Any size you can transfer. Web browser used to access the World Wide Web. Use MEM reduct. What? It's not that issue archive. It's a driver. It's a different scenario. It's basic Zoom drinks when while Zoom is running application, you can't. It's different story. I'll explain later. Because email is used for small size files. Who said like that, man? FTP is not an application like email. Email is a type of communication platform. FTP is a protocol, not a platform. How do you know that some app is consuming your RAM? Because I have used this computers and laptops for years. Isn't it domain name server? Domain name server and system both are same. There's no difference. At the end of the day, DNS is a server. I wrote this. Transfer large files of one computer in the internet to another computer. So here they are talking about FTP clients, not FTP protocol. So if you take FTP, I mean IRA, in terms of FTP as a client application, Again, it's not just here even though in the textbook it's mentioned as large files, it's not only used for large files because if you take websites, a website, a web page is there. A web page is just bits of data, so bytes of data. It's a very small file size. Sometimes bytes or less or more. Not it's not in GBs. You rarely find a website in you think you never find a file in GB. Even MB, I don't think you might find. So web page is normally a very small file size. And if you take PDFs now, again same. So when you're taking FTP clients, mostly FTP clients are used when you're hosting your application. Can you remember what do you mean by hosting, Ira? The mean hosting. Yeah. So when you're hosting your application, which means publishing the application to the server, that is the one situation where FTP clients are used. So you can't communicate with the server using email, all those stuff, even though they have mentioned here. What do you called just cut that. Just if you have just made a transfer files from one device to another device, you can give marks. No issues. URL to IP address. That's because again if you can remember the part where I told you how the DNS server works. Okay, if you remember the part where I explained you how the DNS server works. Where is the scribbling I did? I scribbled on this dude. Hmm. So if you can remember the scribbling I told you, even though we are sending the URL to the DNS server, the DNS does not care about the full URL. From the URL, it will extract a part. It will extract the domain name. And from that domain name, it converts to IP address. So more specific answer is converts domain name to IP address, translates domain name to IP address. So where will it obtain the domain name from? It will obtain the domain name from the URL you give it. Make sense? So URL to IP address, even though it's correct, the most suitable answer is domain name. We have a the textbook. It says the FTP is used to transfer large files of one kernel into another. Even though it said that, that's not the correct answer. If you have used FTP, you know that the people who have written those textbooks are people who don't know what is the purpose of FTP for information. Because we use FTP clients, man, when you're doing transfers between these ones, what do you call servers. Mainly, it's used when you're uploading and downloading files from the servers. You don't use it for general purpose kind of scenario. So the point is, even though in the textbook they have mentioned it's not phrased properly. If I'm going to rephrase what is mentioned in the textbook, the properly phrased one would be it can be used or it is used in real world scenario when we are transferring files. It can be used to transfer large files. It's not that that's the only method. It's just that in reality, when you're transferring files, what happens is people might use FTP to transfer large file size. And for small file size, they use email. But to be very precise, not exactly. To be very precise, they have mentioned there for smaller file size, we can use email. But let's say, Gaushan, if you are supposed to transfer small file size to your friend, what is the platform you will be using? Hmm? WhatsApp. Exactly. So in the textbook, have they mentioned WhatsApp? No. So they have mentioned a very olden way of answering, but that doesn't mean that's the only method we have. So if you get a question asking what's the let's if there was a question asking you had a small file size you want to transfer it to your friend, what is the platform you use? If you ask me is WhatsApp wrong, no, WhatsApp is correct. Even though they have mentioned email there. So it's the situation based, not exactly all situation, it's situation basis, contextual basis. So that's why I'm saying don't by heart answers. I hate when people by heart answers. You just look at the textbook and by heart answers. Don't by heart answers. Try to understand and write. That will make more clarity. What practical? Just by heart, like understand the real scenario. Page 14, the third question. Which third question are you referring to, Zaina? The first question, third blank. This one. The web server sends the HTTP GET request to the dash which has IP address. It sends to the web server with IP, which has IP address. It's a server now. Server is a computer that stores the file. So we are sending for the request to that server, the computer that's storing the website related file. So the website with the server, so the computer with the web server with IP address blah 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 is having the website related files. So we are making a request to that computer. Make sense? So we're making a request. So the web server has IP address. Were you there when I explained you this chart? The web server does not have the IP address. The web server is identified by the IP address. For example, I can identify you or with your name. So, for example, let's say if I want to address you, if I want to talk to you, if I want to communicate to you, I might use your name, right? Likewise, let's say I want to send a letter to your house. If I want to send a letter to your house, I can send the letter using your home address. Okay. So now likewise, I have to send a request. Now let's say I want to send SMS to you. If I want to send a SMS to you, I need some data of yours. What do I need? I need to know your what. I want to send an SMS for you. Say now, how can I send a SMS using a name? Okay, I'll give you a name. I have one of my friend uh called, let's say, exactly. We know the number. Okay. By knowing the number only, you have to call. So just like how I can identify you using your phone number and send SMS, if I want to send a request, because if you want to exchange files on the internet, you're called the client computer. Okay, your device is called the client computer. Okay. And from the client computer, you have to make a request to the server. So you're called the client. And from your computer, you have to send a request for the server asking for the file, asking for the page. For example, let's say you're going to the master ID website and you're saying, give me the data you have in the home page. So you're making a request. Now, for you to make this request, you have to make sure you make the request for the correct computer. You can't go and ask a random computer. For example, if you want the master online website, you can't go and make a request to Google server because Google's server will not have master online website related files. Or let's say you want to access Google, you can't go and make a request to Instagram, right? You have to make a request to Google server. So what happens is every server, just like how I can identify each and all with your name, Or if I'm going to send a SMS, I can identify each of you all using a phone number. If I want to make a request, if I want to make a request for the server, I need to have a data of how to contact the server. So how do you identify servers? Not only servers, any computer, even your computer, any device on the internet is identified using the IP address. So once I know the IP address of the computer storing my files, I might make a request for the computer storing my file. So without calling it as a computer, we can also call it as a server. So again, at the end of the day, a server is a computer. But what happens is because it is storing a website related files, without calling it as normal computer, we give a special name for those computers. We call them as web servers. At the end of the day, web server is also a computer. So what happens there is you're making a request to the web server, basically a computer which has the IP address, blah, blah, blah. So from your device, you're making a request for this device, and then this device will respond the answer. For example, you might be like, okay, give me the home page of Instagram. So once you ask the home page will be sent. So let's say the Instagram server. Make sense? What do you think the most suitable answer there is? Then I can explain you address in that part. So yeah, others in terms of marks, you can put 1 mark each. And for the Roman number two, even so, second question, even if you mention URL here, you can mark it correct. And for Roman number four, even if you mention large files, not a big deal. But at the end of the day, any files can be transferred. Tell me out of 4 marks, how many marks I got here? Zaina, let me know your question as well. Good. Okay, the next question. To the recipient Santa Marasinghe, who will be shown as other recipients to this message? Who is Santa Marasinghe? He is a CC, what do you call receiver. Normally, if you take two people and CC people, everyone will know that they got the email. Only BCC people are hidden. Okay. So Santa Marasinghe, he will know all the two people, meaning he will know that Amara got the email. Okay. He will know that Amara Kumar got the email. CC are the people who CC and BCC both are getting copies of the email. I actually explained the difference of CC, BCC, all these stuffs, I think in the last week's paper class or the week before that. Because I remember doing this question very recently. So I would recommend to check that recording. Here, this diagram I drew. So yeah, Amar Kumar, so if you take two receivers and CC receivers, everyone will know that they got the email. Okay. But if you take BCC receivers, only the sender knows that they got the email. Others, no one will know that they have got the email. It's hidden that they got the email. So Santa Marasinghe will know Amar Kumar got the email. Santa Marasinghe will know Saman Rajakumar got the email as well. He will not know the BCC receivers. No one will know who are the BCC receivers except the sender. Got it? Ryan will be doing that in the next week's class physically. I mean, tomorrow. I thought the domain name server because that's the only one which translates to IP address. And the question was like, which has IP address? Which has IP address means it is like, for example, it is like this. It's like I'm going to send a letter to a person who has the phone number 072 217 816. So when I say I'm going to send a message to the person who has his number, does that mean he's going to store his number in his like wallet and keep? It's not. I'm storing that number with me. It's that is my contact number. That's my name. Like if I say I'm going to send a what do you call message to the person who has the name Shahim, I'm sending to the person not that he has this name called Shahim in his house framed and kept. His name is Shahim. But it okay. Shahim, I use your name because your name was there at the top itself in the participation list. Last week, I think we finished the fourth lesson. So who is the sender here? Kumara Pereira. Sorry, Kumara Pereira. IP address is the contact number for computer. Kind of, yes. Apart from that, there's another MAC address as well. What about the people inside the BCC? I told you, they are hidden. No one, except the center, no one will know that they got the email. Santa Singh will know, Amara got, Santa Singh will know, someone got. HRI. And in terms of Namal Pereira is a BCC receiver who will be shown as other recipients. Again, same thing. Namal Pereira is here. He will also know only the two recipients and CC recipients, which means he will know that Amara got the email because everyone knows the two recipients, the two receivers. He will know that Santa Marasingh has got the email. And he will know that Saman Rajakumar got the email. Will he know that Somalata got the email? Will he know that Somalata got the email? No. So only the sender. In this question, it's Kumar Pereira who is the sender. So only the sender will know who the BCC receivers are. Will he know Somalata got the email? Nope. I literally I all fail in English. Like literally, do you all others tell me, is this when you all read this sentence, is there any have I made any what do you call the English error that you can't understand what this sentence means? Like sender will only know. Like, is there anyone who does not know the meaning of the word called only? Like, I'm serious. I have literally mentioned that only the sender will know who are the BCC receivers. No one else will know. What else, Rayar? I saw an oral question paper. It's like we haven't learned such thing. It will be learned the fourth lesson, Ryan. Since he is one of the BCC person, won't he know about Somalata? Is he a sender? Is Namal Pereira sender? No. So does that define the answer? I'm not answering you. I'm asking another person actually at the moment. Simple. That's the answer. Exactly. Only Kumar Pereira will know, man. Don't overcomplicate stuffs. So you get 1 mark here, 1 mark here. And for this, only if you mention these three answers, you get 2 marks. If you mention any answer extra, if you mention any answer less, 0 marks. Same here also. If you mention only these two answers, you get 2 marks. If you mention any answer extra or any answer less, 0 marks. No 1 mark each. Exactly your answer should have only these two. If you mention any answer extra or any answer less, no marks. So now tell me, out of 4 marks, how many marks you all got? At least half marks. Nope. Because why do they make the marking scheme like that? Because a person can write all the five names, one, two, three, four, five. There are five names here. A person can write all five names here, all five names here. So like at least one of the name will be correct, Kila. You can't do that. That's the reason why you make sure the marking scheme is tight. Amara is the sender of a recipient, right? Amara is the main receiver, man. See, two receiver. The sender here is Kumar Pereira. Here. And we know it's Kumar Pereira because his name is there in the bottom. Okay, perfect. Basically, this is the idea. The two means the main receiver, and you have two types of copy receivers, CC and BCC. CC receivers, everyone will know that they got a copy. BCC receivers, no, only the sender will know they got a copy. So it's hidden. No one will know that they got a copy. Only the sender knows. And if you want the two receivers and copy receivers, the main difference between two receivers and copy receivers is that two receivers, what do you call we are expecting a reply. Sorry, main receiver. Sorry, the main receiver and copy receiver. The main difference between these two is on the main receiver, we are expecting a reply. That doesn't mean it's compulsory. It's that doesn't mean it's compulsory. We are expecting. It's just that it's we are expecting. And copy receivers, we are not expecting a reply. Whenever sending messages in a group, in a WhatsApp group, you have this option called tagging, right? You have the option called tagging, right? So whenever tagging a person, the main purpose of tagging is to make sure that person sees it, or sometimes that person reply, right? So adding a person's email address into is like in WhatsApp group, you're tagging a person. So this is like tagging a person in the group in a WhatsApp group, and this is like without tagging the person, you're just sending the message. Make sense? Is it for the second question? Can I write only the sender? What do you mean by only the sender, man? Sender is not a receiver. Sender is a sender. The question is asking who is the recipient. Sender is not a receiver. So Namal Perera will not know what do you call Namal Perera will not know that who Kumar Perera has received the email. He's the sending of the email. We're not talking about who sent the email, we are talking about who received the email. But if someone reply without tagging them, no issues. In a WhatsApp group, you can reply, right? Same for concept here as well. In CC also, CC people can reply. Imagine, for example, a WhatsApp group in a sending message, the tagged people are the two people, and the untagged people are the CC people. So all the untagged people, they can see the message. But when you tag a person, we are expecting that we are expecting that person we tag to importantly see it. It's a priority. So others can see, others can reply. That's their wish. But two people, they're like we want them to precisely see it. Make sense, Ryan? Okay, so with that, we're done for the day. Those who have any questions, you can stay and ask. Others, you all can leave. Today, I asked you to join the next week's class because next week I'll be doing that. Then you can get all the idea. Good job, Zaid. Barakallah. Okay, yeah. Just next Monday from 5 to 7, the class will happen. They call today, just drop me WhatsApp message up around 5 o'clock, 4:45 and get the link. What about the part two questions I sent that day? Rushta, can remind me that in the next week's class? In beginning of the class, like starting. Tomorrow, do we have class? Yes, we have the class as usual. I'll check Zoom, wait. Hana, okay, I send now. Give me a moment. I sent. You're welcome. Welcome. Yes, sir. It's user. Because computers can talk with each other. But without two electronic devices speaking, when a human interferes, it's like that. You said you will finish tomorrow. Ah, yeah, I will do it, Zora. Basically, we have those questions. Now, let's discuss those questions. Once we're done, we can wind up. Amar, it's there in the website. Just go and check the recordings on the website. You can get it there. Yeah. Okay. So this was, I guess, whose question? Ira, yours, right? Yes. Focus. After I'm done with Ira's question, I'll come to this one's question. Zuha, just give me a moment, okay? Sorry, Amar. Hmm. Amar can drop me a WhatsApp message now and keep. As soon as I'm done with the class, I'll send it. Like if you have sent a message earlier, then resend it. I'll send. Okay. Okay, Zuha. Consider the following programming segment. Blah 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 blah. Write the output of the program. Okay. So when you go through this question, you can see there is a what do you call it? Go through this question, you can see there is an array being used here. Okay. So look at the array that's been declared. This part is called declaring array now. So look at the array that's been declared and tell me, first of all, what is the name of the array? Your wish, Either you can send it through WhatsApp or you can send in the Zoom chat. Both are fine. This is a Pascal question only. Pushta. Ira, what is the name of the array mentioned here? Okay, Mario. No, that is not the name of the array. Okay. So the name of the array here is give me a moment. Yeah, the name of the array here is num. Okay, the name of the array here is num. So if you take this array called num, in the declaring array part, they have mentioned a range of index. The range of index they have mentioned here is 0 to 4, which means there's an array called num and it's storing multiple values. There's one value in 0 index. There's another value in the first index. There's another value in the second index. There's another value in the third index. And there's another value in the fourth index. Okay, so there is a total of 3, 4, 5 values. Tell me what is the length of this array? Because sometimes you might get questions at as well, where they ask you what is the length of the array. What's the length of this array? Correct. Length represents how many values the array have. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 5. I'm going to give Meera a treat tomorrow. Where I am itself here in full punch I'm going. You give me treatment. Okay. So now let's go and through the program. Normally a program starts with the word called begin and goes up to end. So this is where the main program lies. These are where the instructions are there. So let's go one by one. The first instruction is num0 is equal to 15. So I go and record here. I'll go and record the value as num0 is 15. The second thing they have mentioned is num2 is equal to 18. So under num2, I'm going to mention here as value is 18. 50. Up to here, is it clear of what happened? No, real. Yeah. Okay, madam. Okay. Then we have num1 is equal to num4 plus 10. Num4 is 50. So 50 plus 10 is 60. So num1 is 60. Correct. Num3 is equal num0 plus num2. Num0 is 15. Num2 is 18. 15 plus 18 is 33. So we are done up to here. So up to here, are you clear? All good, right? Perfect. Now the main part comes the for loop. What's special about the for loop is in the beginning of the for loop, there will be a variable mentioned. And this variable mentioned will have a starting value. And this variable mentioned will also have an ending value. So here the variable mentioned here is the letter I. So they are saying when a for loop started, the value of I was number one. So what's special about for loop is inside the for loop, there will be instruction, right? Sometimes you might have for loop like this, where you have something like for I equals 1 to 4 do and write I. So the meaning of this is when the for loop is running, it follows this instruction. But there are certain situations without having a direct instruction down, you might have something like this for I equals 1 to 4 do, and you might again have begin, and you might have something like this. You might have, without having an instruction directly, you might have begin and end. Then what happens is all the instructions inside this end with semicolon. If you have begin and end with semicolon, all these instructions will be repeated. Is that clear? If it's directly instruction mentioned, then only the instruction below it is repeated. If there is begin and end with semicolon, all these instructions are repeated. Okay, perfect. So here we don't have begin end, we have directly the instructions. That's the only instruction that's going to be repeated. So first of all, let's follow this instruction. The instruction is saying there is a typing error here. They have mentioned write ln two t's. Write ln doesn't have two t's. Write ln only one letter t. So that's a mistake. Okay. So they have mentioned write ln num I. So you say write ln num I. Actually, if I was doing this exam paper, I might find the answer. And for fun, what I might do is I might take a pen and write, this question has an error. It's mentioned as write ln with two t's. So therefore, there won't be an output in this given error. So the correct output is error and not a value. You can do it for fun actually, but it's risky. If you're getting a low marks, don't do it. Only if you're sure that your mark is going to be good, you can take that risk. Anyways, coming back to the point. So you're going to mention write ln num I. Write ln is used to display, and num I is you're going to display the value of. Exactly, Ira. You're going to display the value of array called num, which has an index I. Now, I is actually a variable. Okay. So what happens is this letter will replace this correct. Ira. So I had done that in the math paper though. So what you have to do is you replace the letter I with the respective value. Okay. So I is here variable. Currently, what is the value the letter I is holding? You can look at the dry run and tell me. You're also teaching us how to lose marks. No, you mention the correct answer and then mention a small side note. Correct. Num I is 1. So then what happens is this num I will be replaced to num 1. When the program is running, the letter I will be replaced with its value because at the moment I is actually a variable. Okay. So we are going to display the value of num1. Num1 is holding the value of 60. So the first output we are going to have is 60. Is that part clear? That 60 is getting output when we run this instruction for the first time. Maybe, Hannah. Depends. Ira, tell me when you run this instruction for the first time, we are getting the output 60. Is that part clear? Why it isn't 60 a part of the array? Yeah. So that's why I'm saying we are going to display the value of array num index 1. In the array called num index 1, this 1, 2, 3, 4 is basically the index. This 1, 2, 3, 4 are representing the index. So we are going to display the value of index number 1's value. Okay, this 1, 2, 3, 4 is representing the index. How did you know those are the index? That is what the 0 to 4 means. 0 to 4 is basically representing the range of index. That's the meaning of the 0 to 4. So when you say num0 here, this is the name of the array, and the 0 is representing the index, also known as position. Make sense? So num0 means array called num index 0. What does I represent? I is a variable. Here, I equals 1. I is a variable. Okay. So at the moment, the value of I is 1. So the value of I replaced with number 1. So when you say display number num I, where I'm displaying array called num index 1. So index 1, the value we have is 60. So 60 gets displayed. Perfect. Now once 60 is displayed, once we're done with that, now what happens is you go for the next round. Okay, once you follow the instruction, what happens automatically? Now what's special about for loop is in for loop, automatically the value increases. So currently the value of I is 1. If it automatically increases by 1, what do you think the next value would be? The value of I automatically increases. Perfect. It's going to be the account number 2. So now what's going to happen is when I is 2, it's going to follow the instruction inside. So the instruction inside is what? Write ln num I. So now when you say write ln num I, the value of I is changed. I is now 2. So now it will display num2, array called num index 2. The letter I will be replaced with its respective value. The value is 2. So we are going to display num2. So what is the value of num2? Array called num index 2. What's the value we have? 18. So 18 gets displayed. So once we're done following the instruction, again, automatically the value increases. Till now, if the value of I increases, what will be the new value of I? Perfect. It's going to be 3. So again, after it increases, we're going to follow the instruction, write ln num I. So now num I is going to be num3 because I value is 3. We're going to display the array called num index 3. So in the array called num index 3, the value we have is how much? 33. So 33 gets displayed. Once we're done displaying 33, again the value of I increase automatically. So when the value of I increase automatically, now what's going to be the value of I? Oh. Again, you're going to follow the instruction, write till in num I. So now I will be replaced to 4. So we're going to display the value of num4. So num4 is holding the value of 50, correct? So therefore 50 gets displayed. Now we don't again increase the value. We stop from here. The reason is because you can see here they have mentioned the range of values. I mean the value for I. Okay. The value for I they have mentioned here from 1 to 4. So because they have mentioned just 1 to 4, you start with 1 and go only up to 4. So 4 is going to be your last number. So once we're done with this, we go for the instruction after this. After this instruction, we have end, so program finishes. So the output here is 60, 18, 33, 51 below the other. This is the output. Got it? Because they use right ln, you mention one below the other. Yes, because we are using right ln, so you have to write it one below the other as well, like 16, 18, 33, 15. So these are answer for right ln. If it was right, then it will be 16, 18, 33, 50. This will be the answer if they had mentioned right instead of right ln. Make sense? Okay, perfect. Let me come to Zuha, your question. Zuha, are you back? Zuha, you said you WhatsApp me the question. Ah, okay, found it. I had to pray as well. So I'll pray and do your question. Is that fine? Okay. So you want the logic gate question? We just screen shares others if you want. I can do that question. One, two, three, four. Seven. Others, if you want to just staying here, you also can do this question. I'll pray and come. Then no need commas. Commas will not come in Pascal when you have write statement. We use commas only if it's a pseudocode to show that all these outputs. So in pseudocodes, we might use comma for display statement. But in Pascal, we don't use commas, Hana, because by default, a comma doesn't come. Right will put everything together. Right line will put one below the other. Got it? So only in pseudocode, we normally use a comma. Perfect. Just give me a couple of minutes. I'll quickly pray and come. Like, just give me 5 minutes. I'll quickly be back. Others, if you want, okay, just try doing these two questions if you all have already prayed. Okay, sorry on the gap. Let's check your answer. Zuha, are you here? Sorry, I took more than 5 minutes. Okay, let's start. So in this question, they have mentioned here that um, which of the following logic circuits represents the given truth table? Okay. If you look at the first gate we have here, this is the AND gate. AND gate works in such that only when all the inputs are 1, output is 1, which means in this circuit we have A and B are the input. Only when both A and B are 1, output should be 1. If you go through the rows, is it that kind of a situation where only when A and B is 1, output is 1? No. The point, if you look at the truth table, is output giving you 1 when B no. So that means this answer is wrong. If you look at the second answer you can see it's an AND gate, and AND gate's result is going to go. So you can say AND gate's result is going to go through the NOR gate, not gate. So normally if you have an AND gate here, okay, AND gate will give you 1 only when all the inputs are 1. So A and B are the inputs. Okay. So if you compare the inputs, the row which has all the inputs 1 is only the last row. So if you take AND gate, in AND gate, what happens? Only the last row, the result will be 1. Remaining all rows, it's going to be 0. That's how the AND gate will be. No. So AND gate will compare and see, are all the inputs 1? Are all the inputs 1? Are all the inputs 1? Only in the last row, all the inputs are 1. So if you take AND gate, this is how the truth table is going to be. Is that clear? Yeah. So if AND gate is going to have like this, once the result of the AND gate goes through the NOT gate, okay, once the result of the AND gate goes to the NOT gate, then that result is going to give the opposite of this. So opposite of 0 is going to become 1, opposite of 0 is going to become 1, opposite of 0 is going to become 1, and opposite of 1 is going to become 0. So when the result of the AND gate goes through the NOT gate, we're going to get something like this. Now tell me, if you compare this one with the value they have given with C, is it matching? Yes. So therefore, this is the correct answer. Is that clear? Perfect. So you do this question by checking one by one which one is given the correct answer. So if this was also wrong, then you might check the third answer and the fourth answer to figure out the exact result. Clear? Perfect. Next. Here they have mentioned consider the following logic circuit diagram. Which of the following is equivalent to the above logic circuit? Okay. So when they are asking you to find the equivalency, again that's going to be working based on truth table, right? But if you're going to draw the truth table for all 5 diagrams, it will take time. So there is a shortcut of how you work it. First of all, let's take the input. When there are two inputs, how many possible combinations can be formed? Using two inputs, how many combinations can be formed? Unique combinations. No. Number of combinations. Or else each combination represents a row. Number of combinations equal to 2 to the power number of inputs. So in this question, how many inputs do we have? Two inputs. So number of combinations are going to be equal to 2 to the power 2. What's the answer of 2 to the power 2? 4. So there are 4 combinations that we can have. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So these 4 combinations are going to be 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 1. So each of the row is a combination. So this is, if you take combinations, these two, this is one combination or one situation. You can call this one combination, or you can also call this as one situation. Likewise, each row is called a combination or each row is called a situation. Is that clear? So we are going to try with each row. We can start with your own preference. I normally start with the, what do you call, second or third row, and I jump. So I'll just go for the second row itself without going for the first row. Okay. So in the second row, value of x is 0 and value of y is 1. Okay, the value of x is 0, value of y is 1. That's how the second row is there. Okay. So if 0 and 1 goes to the OR gate, what will be the result of the OR gate? OR gate goes and checks is any of the input 1, or else is either one of the input 1. Check OR gate goes and checks is any input, or else is either one of the inputs 1. Is how OR gate works. If it's yes, answer is 1, no, answer is 0. Correct. Is either one of the inputs 1? Answer is yes. So therefore, it's going to be 1. This 1, when it goes to the NOT gate, what's the result of the NOT gate going to be? Yes. So what's the result? Boolean result or numeric result? Perfect. It's 0. Because NOT gate, it gives you the opposite of the input. NOT gate result is always the opposite of the input. Okay. So yeah, I'll check. Drop me what's the message. Now let's see the answer for the remaining questions as well. So first diagram, if I take 0 and 1 here, when 0 and 1 goes to the AND gate. Now here we have the AND gate, right? So AND gate works differently. AND gate goes and checks is all the inputs 1. So if you look at the value of x and y in the first question, is all the inputs 1? No. So the result of this AND gate is going to give 0. Okay. So now if you look at the situation, the diagram given in the question and the diagram mentioned here, they are matching. But just because they are matching, we can't tell they are equal now itself. Wait, let's go to the remaining answer as well. So now the method we are going to follow now here is we are following the elimination method. Meaning, without finding the correct answer, we are focusing on finding the wrong answer. Okay, because finding the correct answer will take time. If you're going to find correct answer individually, it will take time. So here you can find the wrong answer. If you're going to find the wrong answer, it's comparatively fast. So we are here focusing on finding the wrong answer. So if you take 0 and 1 as input here, you can see 0 and 1 is going to go through the NOR gate. Now, what do you mean by NOR gate? NOR gate is basically the opposite of the OR gate. Okay, NOR gate itself is basically the opposite of OR gate. And how is NOR gate formed? NOR gate is formed by the OR gate going through the NOT gate. So if you look at the question has given you exactly the OR gate going through NOT gate. So definitely is the correct answer. Without even checking, you know that's the correct answer because the NOR gate itself is basically OR gate going through NOT gate. But I'm saying if they are given a different diagram, you have to go through the elimination method. Now here the answer is very direct. It's only one correct answer, right? Yeah, it's only one correct answer. So here the answer is direct. Answer is second one. But if it was not the same diagram, how would you approach this question is like the elimination method. So I'll just show how the elimination method works. So now x and y, if you check 0 and 1, NOR gate is result of NOR gate basically gives the result opposite of the OR gate. When 0 and 1 goes to the OR gate, what will be the result? When 0 and 1 goes to the OR gate, result will be 1. So NOR gate gives you the opposite of OR gate. So if OR gate gives you 1, NOR gate should give you exactly 0. So second question is also matching. Now third question. Let's take 0 and 1 go through this gate. Now these are NAND gate. Okay. NAND gate gives the opposite of AND gate. So first of all, tell me if 0 and 1 goes to the AND gate, what will be the result of the AND gate? If 0 and 1 goes through the AND gate, what will be the result of the AND gate? 0. And if the same thing goes through the NAND gate, what will be the result? NAND gate is opposite of AND gate. 1. So now based on this, tell me when x is 0 and y is 1, the value of z in the third diagram and the value of z in the question, are they matching? No. So therefore we can say definitely the third answer is wrong. Is that clear? Okay. Now fourth one. Again x is 0, y is 1. When 0 goes through the NOT gate, 0 becomes 1. Now we have 1 and 1 for the OR gate. OR gate goes and checks is any of the inputs 1. Is any of the inputs 1? Yes. So answer is 1. So again, compare the result of the fourth question and compare the question given, the diagram in the question and the diagram in the fourth one. Are they matching? I mean, is the result same? When x is 0, y is 0, the value of z, are they matching? Again, no. So now we know that these two answers are definitely wrong. So after you know these two are definitely wrong, now you have option. Now in this question means second answer is very clear, but let's say it was not clearly given. Now we have two options, first and second. So now we have to figure out is the first one correct or second one correct. To do that, you might use a different value. For example, let's use this last value. Normally, I had the pattern of first of all trying the second row and then going for the fourth row. Then only I'll go for the other remaining rows. So you can go in any pattern you want, but I normally prefer this. So now I'm going to go for the last row, which is 1 and 1. Okay. So let's check the last row's results. So now last row is 1 and 1. If x and y both was 1, what will be the result of this OR gate? 1. And when this 1 goes to the NOT gate, the result of NOT gate is going to be perfect 0. Let's look at the first question. In the first question, if x and y is 1 and 1, if 1 and 1 goes to the AND gate, what will be the result? If 1 and 1 goes to the AND gate, 1. So now based on this, tell me the diagram in the question and the diagram in the first answer, are they matching? The value of z? No. Again, you're out. Now second question, second diagram. Second diagram 1 and 1, it going through the NOR gate. NOR gate is opposite of OR gate. So first of all, tell me, in an OR gate, if both the inputs are 1, what is the result? OR gate, if both the inputs are 1, what is the result? 1. And NOR gate gives the opposite of OR gate. So if OR gate is 1, NOR gate should be 0. So now is that matching with the question? Yes. Actually, you don't have to even do this. But if you notice in this question, how we do is here in this question is direct. They give a NOR gate here, OR gate here, so therefore it's direct. But in questions where it's a different diagram, how it works is like I told you earlier, go in the elimination method. That will make your answer finding more convenient. Is that clear? So answer is second one. So for this question, you don't have to do this much of steps, but yeah, if you have to do, this is how you should do it. Perfect. Next. This is HTML question, and this is okay, HTML question. So in this question, there have you learned HTML in your school, Zuha? Yeah. So when we're learning HTML, you all must have learned this thing called as how do you create list in HTML. So there are three types of list you would have learned. One is ordered list, one is unordered list, and the third type is description list or else definition list. Okay, description list or else definition list. Now, ordered lists are basically those lists that comes with a where in the list you have a label. A list is something like this. Now, for example, if I ask a shopping list, in a shopping list you can have something like let's say sugar, butter, flour, killer. We can have a shopping list. Now, this shopping list, if you're going to mention the ordered list, okay, ordered list, it looks something like this: one dot sugar, two dot flour. That's how the ordered list would be, right? So, ordered list would be something like this. I'll write it here below. 1 sugar, 2 flour, 3 butter. That's how ordered list would be. In an ordered list, what happens is you have a label, right? This label can be a measurable stuff. The label in front of the item can be measurable. So what I mean by can be measurable means you can compare the labels and sort the values in ascending order, descending order, all these stuffs. So for example, if I use numbers like 1, 2, 3, okay, numbers can be sorted. If I use values like, let's say, Roman numbers, also, Roman number 1, Roman number 2, Roman number 3, these values can also be sorted. Or if I use something like, let's say, simple letter A, B, C, I can mention A dot sugar, B dot flour, 3 dot butter. That also can be ordered. Or else I can use capital letters. That also can be ordered. Okay. So if you use any of these values, what do you call numbers, simple letters, capital letters, or Roman numbers? Yeah. Okay. If you use any of these values, they are called a ordered list because the labels can be ordered ascending order or else in descending order. Make sense? Yes. But tell me, if I write the same thing like this with bullet points, sugar or else flour or butter, now the label I have mentioned here, can it be arranged in ascending order or else descending order? No. So if the label cannot be arranged in order, that's called an unordered list. Okay, that's called an unordered list. So unordered list, there are you can for the label if you want, you can use bullet points like this. These bullet points they are called disk, or you can use circle like this. Okay, like circle, circle, circle as options. Or you can also use square like this. So these are the three types of unordered list. Got it? Perfect. Apart from ordered list and unordered list, so the ordered list, the short form for ordered list is basically OL. The short form for unordered list is basically UL. Then we have something called as description list or definition list. Normal description list or definition list is using, we have a title and we have a data. So for example, I can mention title as, let's say, shopping list. Okay, I can mention the title called shopping list. And below this topic called shopping list, I can mention the items I have. For example, I can mention sugar, butter, and let's say flour. Okay. So if you take a definition list or description list, your definition list or description list will have just two things. One is the title and other ones are the data. So the difference between title and data is you will notice there's a small space here. This small space, we call this as the indentation. That space is called an indentation. So that's how the definition list or description list comes, which is called as the DL list. Is that part clear? Okay. So if you go to the answer, in the answers you can see they have mentioned DL. DL stands for definition or its description list. So that means they're going to go for this type of list. And you can see they mentioned DT and DD. DT represents definition data or description data. Sorry, DT means the title, description or its definition title. And DD means data, description or else definition data. Okay. So normally the title will be left aligned and the data will be with a small indentation. So which one gives the answer like that? From answer one, two, three, or four? Exactly. Answer one. Now tell me out of DL, OL, and UL, what is most suitable for the answer number two? What type of list? Like we have used DL, Instead of DL, for the answer number two, what type of list do you think will come? DL, OL, or UL? Is it an ordered list or unordered list? Exactly, ordered list. What about the option number answer number three? Correct. Answer number four? Perfect. Is that clear? Good job. Next. Uh, which question you want in this, Zuha? 33 or 34 or both? Okay, 33. In the question number 33, they have mentioned there, in the ASCII code, character Q is represented as, Q is represented as 101 0001. What is the option that represents the word put in binary form? Okay, ASCII is basically a way of representing values in binary now. So they want to find the value of put. To find the value of, if you take ASCII, what happens? Each letter is represented in binary separately. Okay, each letter is represented binary separately using 7 bits, meaning 7 binary digit. Okay, so first of all, you have to figure out what is the value of P, what is the value of U, and what is the value of T. So normally, if you take ASCII, every letter has a decimal value. For example, the letter A has a decimal number 65. Likewise, letter B has a value 66. It goes in a sequential order. C is 67. For simple letters, have a different number. Okay. You don't have to by heart them. Normally, the question will give you a hint. Okay. The idea you already know is all of these values are in the sequential order. So how you do this question is, you know the value of Q. Using Q, you have to figure out the value of P, U, and T. So if you look at the, what do you call, if you take this ones, if you take the alphabet, you have the alphabet like this: P, Q, R, S, T, and U. So you already know the value of Q. You have to figure out what is the value of P, what is the value of U, and what is the value of T. There are two approaches you can do this question. Okay. I'll tell you the normal approach. The normal approach is, first of all, find the decimal value equivalent for P, Q. Okay. So I'm not going to show you the step, but you can use your own method. You can use your normal, what you call, conversion method, and you can find the value of P in decimal. So P in decimal is equal to 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 64, 70, 81. Okay, the number Q in decimal is equal to 81. I did a shortcut and found it. You can use any method you want. Okay. So using the value 81 is equal to Q, you have to figure out what is the value of P, T, and U. So P is one letter up. So therefore P is going to be 80. And to come for the next letters, this is 82, 83, and this is going to be 84, and this is going to be 85. First of all, tell me, are you clear of how I've got the value of uh, P, U, and T? Okay, that's the value of those. So now I know the decimal value, but at the end of the day, again, if you take binary, if you take ASCII, ASCII needs the binary values, and the value has to be in 7 digits. Okay. So now I should know the value of P, U, and T. If you take P in binary, again, the part is convert this decimal answer to binary. So you know how to convert it, you know how to convert from decimal to binary, right? Yes, the division method. So if you convert 80 to binary, it will be something like 101, 1, 2, 3, 4. And if you convert the letter T to binary, T will be something like this. Oh, 10101, 101, 01, 01, 101, 0, 124, 101. Yeah. D the value of 84. Again, I'm doing mind calculation, but you just do the respective conversions. Huh? If you convert 85 to binary, you get something like 84 plus 1. So you can go like this. That's going to be 101, 01, 10. Okay. 85 is 180, 64 plus 64, 70, 80, 84, 85. Yes. Give the value of 85. 1010 100. 101, 01, 00. 0100 is equal to 1010100. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 64, 80, 84. Oh yeah, I have missed I have added a zero extra. 84. Here is 84 and is 85. 64, 70, 80. Correct. So these are the values in binary. Okay. Basically, just do the division method and find the value of P in binary, U in binary, and T in binary. Is that clear? Yes. And then you put them together. So if you put them together, the value of P should come first. So value of P is going to be something like 101, 4 zeros. Okay. And if you look at the first answer, 10140 is 10140. First and third answer is correct. Second and fourth is wrong. So I know second and fourth is wrong because first the value of P has to come. Are you clear how I got it? Okay. Now you know the value of U. U is basically 1010 is 1010101, that pattern. Okay. So if you look at the answer number 1, you have that. Answer number 3, we don't have that. So we know definitely answer number 3 is wrong. And the correct answer is first one. Is that clear? Okay. Now I'll tell you what the other method we have. The other method we have is simple. If you take your grade 9 maths, in grade 9 maths, you'll learn binary addition and binary division. Sorry, binary subtraction. Okay, more than subtraction, addition is the main part because subtraction is a bit confusing. So if you take what you call the value of Q, the value of Q is this. And as per the what you call alphabet, P is one letter up, meaning subtract 1. So from this number, you're supposed to subtract 1. You subtract 1, this 1 goes, and the value of P you get as 101 and 4 zeros. Basically, that's how I did in the mind. If you're wondering how I did these conversions, I did in the mind something like simple. Just subtract 1 from his answer, just subtract 1. If you subtract 1, you get the value of P. Is that part clear? Hmm. Now, I know the word put, okay, if you take the answer, the word called put, what happens is P has to come first. So now what I might do is I might go through all the options and see which one has this has a value of P. So I look at the first answer, I look at second, third answer, it has, second answer, it doesn't have, fourth answer, it doesn't have. So I know for definitely second and fourth is wrong. Is that clear? So now I did for my first conversion. Now I'm going to go for my second conversion. Now, if you look at the answer 1 and 3, answer 1 and 3, it's we have two different values here. So let's figure out the value of U. Okay. Now, if this is the value of Q, to go to U, you have to go 1 step, 2 step, 3 step, 4 steps down. We're at 4. Okay. So we have the binary number like this. We have the binary number as 101 0001. For this, we're at 4. Now we have a problem here. The problem is the answer given is in binary and the value I want to add is in decimal. So can we add numbers like this and write here 5? Is this correct? No. So when I'm adding, you have to make sure both of them are in the same number system. So therefore, I represent 4 in binary. Okay, so 4 in binary, again, if you want, you can do the conversion, but Normally, if you take 4 in binary, this is how you write 4 in binary. I know it because I have done several questions, but you have the 1 to 4 method. Like, this is basically, if you want, you just take the binary place values. Binary place values goes like this 1, 2, 4, 8, 16. So if you want the number 1, it's just 1. If you want 2, it's 1, 0. If you want 4, it's 1, 0, 0. If you want 8, it's 1, 0, 0. That's the pattern of how we figure out numbers. Okay. Anyways, tell me, are you clear that 4 in binary is 1, 0, 0? Yeah. So now we add like this. 1 plus 0 is 1. 0 plus 0 is 0. 1 plus 0 is 1. And then we have 0 here. And 1 and 0 and 1. Okay. So keep in mind, in binary, how much is 1 plus 1? How much do you think in binary 1 plus 1 is going to be? 1 plus 1 normally is equal to no. But when you're writing without writing that as 2, we write that as 1, 0. Because 2 is equal to 1, 0. Make sense? Yeah. So yeah, you write 0 down and 1 you might add for the next column. Like how much, sometimes maths, adding 7 plus 6, answer is 13, right? You write 3, put the 1 in the next column. Got it? So yeah, so using that idea, I have the value of u as well. Now I'll go and see which one matches this. The first answer matches this, and I find the second answer. So in this method, which I showed you here, only 2 conversions are done. First conversion is this, and actually second is not a convert. The first calculation is this. Second calculation is this. So comparatively, you can find the answer quickly. Is that clear? Perfect. Next, the last question number 34. In question number 34, they are given 4 values and they're asking which statement is true regarding the above 4 numbers. Okay, let's go and see the answers one by one. First one, F3 is larger than the other 3 main numbers. Okay, if you want to compare their values, all of these values has to be in the same number system. If they're not in the same number system, you can't compare the values. So we'll first of all figure out the value of them in the same number system. I would prefer decimal because comparing decimal numbers are equal. So we have to find the value of this in decimal. We have to find the value of this in decimal. We have to find the value of this in decimal. The last answer already they have given in decimal. So there's nothing to convert. If you convert this first value to decimal, you'll be getting here basically 1, 2, 4, 8. 1, 2, 4, 8, 12, 16, 32, 64, 128, 127, 5, 1, 1. You get 115 here. Okay. Again, I did a shortcut. You use the normal method, there is no issues. For F3, you get 3, 16 times 15, 15 times 16 times 15 is 160 plus 80, 240, 243. So here the answer is going to be 243. And 363, the answer is basically 3 plus 8, 848 plus 64 times 3, 6, 12, 18, 4, 8, 12, 192. So that's going to be 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 3, 1 remains, 9 plus 4, 13, 13 plus 1 is 14, 243 again. And the last one is already 243. Actually, do you want to know how did I do this calculation faster? It's a bit confusing, but do you want to know? Okay, I'll just tell you. So first I did how I did the first one. Did you notice to find the first question's answer, I did a subtraction. Okay, so if you're wondering how I did that question, basically in binary, there's a small trick. If you have a decimal number like this, and let's say you want to convert that decimal, so if you have a binary number like this and you want to convert that decimal, what you do is you should know the place value of all these numbers. Do you know the place value of numbers like binary numbers, like you're familiar with place values, right? 1, 2, 4, 8. So tell me, for the given numbers we have, the place value is going to be 1, 2, 4, 8. If I had another number here, what would have been the place value of that? 16. So the trick is if all these numbers are 1, okay, the trick is if all these numbers are 1, the addition of all these numbers would be equal to the next place value minus 1. The next place value minus 1. So based on that, tell me, pobble 1 base 2 is equal to how much in binary? How much in decimal? Next place value minus 1. That's how much? 50. Is that part clear? Is that part clear? Hmm. Now I apply that principle here as well. So what is the principle? If all these numbers are 1, answer is what do you call the next place value minus 1. So I was like, okay, let's first of all imagine all these are 1. If all these are 1, then the place value, tell me what do you think the place value of the next digit would be here? 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256. I think I did a mistake here. I think I did a mistake here. My bad. It's not 115. What do you call I think this also will give you 243. This answer is wrong. Anyways, tell me, are you clear that in this number, the next one's place value is 256? Like 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256. Okay. So tell me if all these numbers were 1. Okay. If all the numbers were 1, then what do you think the value of this one would be? Value of the number would be if all the numbers here was 1. Perfect. If all of them was 1, it would have been 255. So now, because there are only few zeros, I'm going to find the place value which has 0. Tell me, what is the place value of this number? 4. What is the place value of this number? 8. So 8 plus 4 is 12. That's why earlier I subtracted 12. Okay. So 8 plus 4 is 12. So without breaking this two different steps, I directly mentioned it is minus 12. So 5 minus 2 is 3. 5 minus 1 is 4. 243. Is that part clear? So that same idea only I applied for these two as well. Now binary you can do it like this, but a similar shortcut I have for these for actually binary and these are different. I'll show this one. Hexadecimal how it works is again I use a place value method. So place value method as in I'll find the place value of each digit. Okay. So the place value of this is going to be equal to 16 to the power 0. The value of this digit is going to be 16 to the power 1. Anything to the power 0 is equal to 1. 16 to the power 1 is equal to 16. So what I did is I multiplied every digit by its place value. So here the place value was 1. I multiplied 1 times 3 and got 1 times 3 as 3. Here the place value was 16. I multiplied the place value by the digit. Now in hexadecimal, f is equal to how much? In hexadecimal, f is equal to how much? No, in hexadecimal, a is equal to 1. Sorry, a is equal to 10. B is equal to 11. C is equal to 12. D is equal to 13. E is equal to 14. And F is equal to 15. Is that clear? When you have hexadecimal number, we use, yeah. So what's going to happen here is I had to multiply the digit by its place value. So the digit we have there is F, meaning 15. I had to multiply the place value 15 into 16. Now I'm lazy to do the calculation here. So therefore, what I did is I broke the calculation. You can break this multiplying by 15 as 16 times 10 plus 16 times 5. Okay, the multiplying by 15, you can break it like this. So 16 times 10 is 160. 16 times 5 is 80. Again, 5 means half. Multiply by 10 divided by 2. So 160 plus 80 is 240. Again, these are ways to calculate stuff quickly. This is maths based, not IT. But the idea is I multiplied 16 by the digit by its place value. So 16 times 15 is going to be 240. Is that clear? Okay. So what I did is I just added these numbers together. Once you add these numbers together, you get 243. Your lazy tactics works well. That's why we create lazy tactics. Okay, that's how I got 243 here. Actually, same principle I use for 363 as well. So if you take the number 363, you take the place values. Here the place value is going to be, here it's octal number. So place value is 8 to the power 0, 8 to the power 1, 8 to the power 2. So 8 to the power 0 is equal to 1, 8 to the power 1 is equal to 8, and 8 to the power 2 is equal to 64. So again, I have to multiply the place value by the respective digit. So what I did here is I just multiply the place value in my head. So 1 times 3 was 3. And here 8 times 6. Again, I'm lazy to multiply 8 times 6. So what I do is I break it. 8 times 5 plus 8 times 1. Okay. So 8 times 5 is 40. 8 times 1 is 8. 40 plus 8 is 48. And then here 8 times 3, 64 times 3. So 64 times 3. Again, here also I was lazy to multiply. So what I did here is I broke it into 60 times 3 plus 4 times 3. So 60 times 3 is 6 to 18, 180. 4 times 3 is 12. That's 192. And then you add these numbers together. 8 plus 2 is 10. 10 plus 3 is 13. 9 plus 1 is 10. 10 plus 4 is 14. 1 plus 1 is 2. So answer is 243. Understood how I got the numbers here faster? So even though I showed you here several steps, when you have done several questions, you can do all these stuffs quickly in your mind. It can go wrong. Like for example, I made a mistake when I did this binary conversion. So the risk. So do it porumia without any distractions. You should do, because if you do it faster with a distraction, you might go out of focus. Okay. Your lazy brain is so effective. Definitely. That's why you have that. When you're lazy in stuff, so you will figure out innovations. That's how I created my own formulas as well for calculations. Anyways, come back to the question. So the question here is saying the first one, F3 is larger than other three numbers. Is that statement correct? Technically, all three are actually equal in value. So is the statement correct? No. Second one, 363 is smaller than other three numbers. Is 363 small? No. The last answer, four numbers are not equal to each other. Are they not equal? No. Third answer, four numbers are equal to each other. Are they equal? Yes. So always in these kind of questions, go in the elimination method and first of all find the wrong answers. Then you can get the remaining answer and tell, okay, the remaining answer is the correct answer. Clear? Perfect. Any other questions, Zoha? Okay, let me come to your question now, Hajara. Are you here? Not Hajra. Before Hajra, I think before you ask, Maria must have asked. Maria must come here. Hajra, come to your question. Wait. Mariam, are you here? Yeah. Okay. Let me take your question, Mariam. Save and save. Give me a moment. Okay. I was just sharing those pictures in the group as well. You wait, yes, Mr. Um, where is your question, Maria? Yes. So in this question, you wanted the 36 and 38 and 39, right? So 36, 38, and 39. Okay, let's check your answer. Okay, Mr. So the first one, consider the following assignment segment. P equals 20, Q equals 25, R equals P, R equals Q, Q equals P. Okay, so there are three variables here. One of the variable here is P, other variable is Q, other variable is R. Always in these kind of variable questions, use dry run. It's very easy. So first they have mentioned P is 20. So I'm going to go and record here as P as 20. Then they have mentioned Q equals 25. So I'm going to mention here Q is 25. And then they have mentioned R is equal to P. Always keep in your mind in an equation, when you take a equation ICT, always we give the value to the left hand side variable. So we are defining what is there in the left hand side. So when you say R equals P, R is getting the value of P. Currently, how much is P? Look at the table and tell me currently how much is P. Perfect. P is 20, so R is getting the value of 20. Is that part clear? Okay. Next, we have R equals Q. So when you have R equals Q, again, same thing, R is getting the value of Q. If you look at the table currently, the value of Q is 25, so R is getting the value of 25. Okay. So now the value of R is changing. Okay, when you say R equals P, R equals Q, value of R is changing and the value of R becomes 25 now. Okay. Then we have Q equals P. When you say Q equals P, again, same thing. The value of P is going to Q. Currently, P is 20. So now Q is also going to be getting the value of P, which is 20. So Q is going to become 20. Is that part clear? Okay. So now they are saying content of PQR after the execution of the following five statements are respectively P is 20, Q is 20, R is 25. So 20, 20, 25 answer is the first option. Is that clear? Perfect. Then question number 38. In question number 38, I have mentioned there. Let me just take this actually here. It's so stupid in terms of. Okay. So question number 38. Select the pseudocode which can be used to follow. You can be used to store the following values in an array. Okay. So basically in this question, there's an array with the values. There's an array with the name of the label. So the name of the array is A, and it has the number 0, 1, 4, 9, 16 being stored. So they are saying which can be used to store. So for I equals 0 to 4, A1 equals I next I. Okay, let me actually rewrite the whole answer properly. So what the first answer is saying is something is first answer is saying something like 4I equals 0 to 4 do. Okay, it should be 4I. The word do is missing here, but it should come. The word do has to come there. Okay. So for I 1 to 4 do AI is A1 is equal to, sorry, AI is equal to, AI is equal to, is it I or 2I? 1I. No, no, this is you have put a dot on top of the one, right? Yeah, you have put a dot in front of the one. It's 1I. There is a dot. It looks like a dot. Yeah, because it looks like a number one. But the question is that it looks like letter I in here is like, if you look at this I looks like this I, and this I looks a bit slanted. So I think it's II. I think it's a printing mistake. It should be just I. Ah, no, sir. Just I is one. Okay, okay, that's not a this one. That means I think it's a printing mistake. It should be one I guess. I'm not sure. But based on how it looks like, it looks like II. Okay. Based on how it looks like II. And then next I. So the slash here represents the line jump. Okay. The slash here represents the line jump. Is that clear? That means that we're going for the next line. Okay. Now let me show you the answer. How you approach for this question. So how you do this question is, first of all, you see how many values we have in the array. Okay. In the array, the values we have are this. Okay. So for example, if I take the array called A, the array called A has values as 0, 1, 4, 9, 16. So if I'm talking about the range of index here, if I'm going to talk about the index values here, the index is going to be 0 index, first index, second index, third index, and fourth index. These are the index we have. Okay. So now, if I want to store the values, I have to go through each and every index. I have to go from index 0 to index 4. Okay, I have to go from index 0 to index 4. So now based on that, tell me, in the answer number 2, are we going from index 0 to index 4? Like here with the value of I, is it going from 0 to 4? No. So therefore, we say the second answer is wrong. Okay. If you look at the first answer, in the first answer, what happens? 0 to 4 is there. But the problem is in the first answer, we are saying in the array called A, in index I. So I mean, when the program is running for the first time, I is equal to 0. So we are saying I is equal to II. Now, when you say II, it is equal to, no, I dot, if you write just II, again, this is pseudocode. In programming, it doesn't work like this. So we're going to make an assumption. The assumption we're going to make is I is equal to I into I. Because in maths now, when you have PQ is equal to P into Q. No? So using that idea, we're going to give the idea as I is equal to I into I. Is that part clear? Okay. I'll actually come for the first answer last. Because first answer is the correct answer. I'll come with the first answer last. So I'll go for the third answer and show why third answer is wrong. The third answer, we have 0 to 4, fine. But in third answer, we have mentioned AI is equal to array A index I is equal to I2. So again, I2 means the meaning is I into 2. Is that clear? Okay. So now, when the program is running for the first time, the value of I was 0. So you can see 4I equals 0 to 4. No, no. So when you say 4I equals 0 to 4, do the meaning of that is the value of I is going to start from 0 and one by one, it's going to go up to 4. Okay. So when you say AI is equal to I into 2, That means what you called okay. That means if I is 0, AI is going to be 0 times 2. So 2 times 0 is 0. When the value of A was 1, sorry, if the value of I was 1, okay, if the value of I is 1, then what do you think the value of AI is going to be? No, AI is equal to, see, AI is equal to I into 2. So if I is 1, AI is going to be equal to, perfect. If I is 2, AI is equal to 4. If I is 3, AI is equal to 6. And if I is 4, AI is equal to 8. Okay. But is that how the value of A is equal? Like array A index 0 is a value 0, correct. Array A index 1 is a value 2? No. So therefore, the third answer is also wrong. Is that clear? Now, if you go for the fourth answer, in the fourth answer, they are saying what do you call I into I is equal to, in the fourth answer, they are saying I into I is equal to AI. Now, the problem we have here is if you take programming, always the value is given for the left hand side. So that means in this equation, are we even giving a value for the array? Like, are we even giving a value for the index 1, index 2? Like, for the index, are we giving a value? No. The value of the index is getting reversed here. So therefore, this answer is definitely wrong. Make sense? Now let me come for this equation. AI is equal to I into I. Okay. So if I write this equation, AI is equal to I into I, let me actually erase this top part so I can write properly. I'll just send a screenshot of this portion. Erase this portion. So now when you take the equation as what do you call, when you take the equation that AI, if you look at the first answer they mentioned AI is equal to II. So II means I into I. Okay, I is equal to I into I. So again, if you apply the same principle where the value of I you can see starting from 0 and going up to 4. So I is 0, and it will go up to 4 one by one. Based on that, let's find the value of AI. Tell me if I was 0, what do you think the value of AI is going to be? Again, AI is equal to I into I. So using that equation, tell me. So if I is 1, if I is 2, AI is going to be, and if I is 3, and if I is 4. So based on that, tell me, is the first answer matching the question's respective positions? Index 0, 0, index 1, 1, index 2? Yes. So therefore, the correct answer is the first one. Is that clear? Perfect. Next. Next, you wanted 39. So 39 is where consider the following Pascal code. What is the question? Is your question there in the next picture you sent? Okay. Next picture you sent is this. Yeah. So consider the Pascal code and what is the output of the above program? Okay. First of all, you have to go to the, in this kind of question, you have to first of all go to the program and figure out what are the variables used. Actually, in Pascal questions, finding variables are very easy Because before the word call begin, after the program name, so between the program name and the word call begin, always the variable declaration will be happening. So therefore, in practical questions, finding the variables are very easy. So tell me in this question, what are the variables used? Correct. We have only one variable used, and that is x. To draw the dry run, apart from knowing what are the variables used, you should also know what are the conditions. So if you go through the program, you can find conditions in front of if statements or while loop, repeat and a loop. These are places you can find the conditions. So what are the condition we can notice in this program given? Conditions are like questions. Yes. Is the value of x, is it less than or equal to 8? That's a condition. So one column each for every variable, one column each for every condition, and one common column to include all the outputs. So now you fill the table by following the instructions from top to bottom, and you fill it based on the what you called between begin and end. So if you go from begin and end here, the first instruction is x equals 5. So I'm going to mention here 5. Next instruction, while x is less than or equal to 8, do. Is the value of x less than or equal to 8 true or false? When you check, is the current value of x, is it correct? It's going to be true. So while loop, do we follow the instructions inside if the condition is true? Yes, I asked her, remember the World Trade Center. While true, continue. Okay. So in Pascal, writing while loop, we don't directly mention the instructions. We always use the word called begin and end with semicolon. So whatever is there in between begin and end with semicolon, we follow. So in this situation, between begin and end with semicolon, we have only two instructions, which is these two. So only these two instructions come inside the while loop. Is that clear? Hmm. Why is there two begin? That is because this begin is representing the beginning of the main program. This end is representing the end of the main program. And then this begin is used to represent the beginning of the while loop, and this end with semicolon. See, this is end with full stop and the end with semicolon. So that is used to represent the big ending of the while loop. Okay. Can you remember when I was answering one person's for loop question? When I was answering one person's for loop question, I told one point. Let me see if I have a picture of that. I think I shared in the group. No, where is the for loop question? Did I have it? Okay, this one. Can you remember when I did this for loop question? Were you there when I showed this purple color part for the for loop? These two. Can you remember I told you if there's only one instruction to follow, we can mention directly. But when there's more than one instruction to follow, we use the beginner and end. Same concept here also. So here we have a while loop. Inside the while loop, there's multiple instructions to follow. See, write x, x equals x plus 1. So when you have multiple instructions to follow, we use begin and end with semicolon. Is that clear? Okay. So when you're running the program, we got true here. Because it's true, we're going to follow the instructions inside. The first instruction we have is write x. Write x means display the value of x. So here the value of x is 5. So 5 gets displayed. Then we have x equals x plus 1. Always an equation. We solve what is the right side and we give it for the left side. So currently the value of x is 5. So 5 plus 1 is equal to 6. So therefore, the new value of x is going to be equal to 6. Is that part clear? Okay. Now in a while loop, when you reach the ending of the while loop, so here the end of the while loop is end with semicolon. So I'll just take it here itself. Once you reach the end of the while loop, you again go and check the condition. So again, when you come and check the condition, is the value of x less than or equal to 8? Okay, if you come and check, is the value of x less than or equal to 8? Yes, true. Okay, so is 6, because currently x is 6 now. Is 6 less than or equal to 8? Yes. So again, follow the first instruction, write x. X is now 6, so 6 gets displayed. Okay. Now, because we are using write, what happens is the answers are going to be next to each other. With write ln, it goes below. But write, normally the answer goes next to each other. Okay. I'll just write it here for reference. Then we have x equals x plus 1. So currently x is 6. 6 plus 1 is going to become 7. And the value of x becomes 7. Up to here, are you clear what I did? Perfect. So now because we reached the end, we again go and check the condition. Is x less than or equal to 8? Is 7 less than or equal to 8? Yes, true. Write x, 7 gets displayed. And then x equals x plus 1. Currently x is 7. X plus 1 is going to become 8. Okay. X plus 1 is going to become 8. Then we again go and check the condition. Is x less than or equal to 8? True. Write x. X gets displayed. And then after write x, x equals x plus 1. X is going to become 9 now. You again go and check the condition. Is 9 less than or equal to 8? That's going to be the result. True or false? Correct. That's going to become false. So while loop, when the condition becomes false, you follow the instruction after the while loop. So here the while loop ended. So after the while loop ended, we have write ln 2023. Okay. So write ln will display and go for the next line. So when you say display and go for the next line, it will display dash 2000. Now here the output I mentioned 2023 like this. Right. If you're going to do it in a real program, it will display the value here. The real program. It will display the value here. And what happens is the next value will start from the new line. Since when you say write ln doesn't affect the respective value. Write ln always affects the value after it. So here the 2023 will be the as is, it won't go for the next line. Is that clear? So here the output is going to be that. After that, we're going to click on end. Sorry, we're going to go for the next instruction, it is end. So when the program ended, the output was 5678-2023. It is the answer number 2. Make sense? Is there any other questions, Mario? No. Okay. Hajra here. Okay, let me come to your question now. Hajra, did you do Edexcel earlier? Or you're doing Edexcel? Cambridge, okay. Then why are you coming for local syllabus classes, man? You're doing both. Jobless fellow. Because your name is saved as Hajar, and its name is Hajar, not Hajar. I don't know why. Hajar Amir Edexcel. Everyone's calling that. Your name is saved as Latin. I don't know why is it saved that even. Okay. How are you? Yeah. Okay, let's check the answer. Style has a robo animal. The robo animal can perform actions like making a noise and walking around the room. Okay, making a noise and walking around the room. If the robo animal hears a clapping sound, it makes a noise. Okay. If the robo animal is walking and it senses an object is less than 10 centimeters away, it will stop. Okay. Give unsuitable sensor that the robo animal could use to identify a clapping sound. To identify a clapping sound is needed, it needs an audio sensor. So we call that as there's a name for that sound sensor. I think you can just directly mention audio sensor. It's called an audio sensor, right? Yeah, sound sensor. You can call it as audio sensor or else a sound sensor. Don't mention microphone there because using a microphone and processing the data is not easy. So therefore, you can mention that. Let me just check one thing as well. No, you can't use ultrasonic sensor. Yeah. So you have to use a sound sensor. There's another name for a sound sensor called acoustic sensor. Again, you don't have to be more technical with your answer. You can directly mention the sound sensor. Okay. So if you're wondering how does the sound sensor looks like, I showed you a picture first. These pictures, like all these pictures, you can see like this picture or else this picture is how the sound sensor looks like. Okay. So answer there is going to be one sensor that the robot is called sound sensor. It's very direct. Make sense? Yeah. Give two suitable sensors the robot animal could use to identify if an object is near. Okay. To find if an object is near, normally we use a sensor called this ultrasonic sensor, which looks like this. Okay. So there's a sensor. I think I have ultrasonic sensor with me here as well. Oh, I have one here. So this, all right, looks like robots. Yeah, see. Have you seen those some people they make that like a or a dustbin kind of situation where automatically it opens the dustbin when you're close by and all like those some small modules. So for that one they use ultrasonic sensor, correct? What was the mistake spray? Okay, so that's the ultrasonic sensor. So you can use here, give two suitable sensors. One is ultrasonic sensor, and apart from normally we use ultrasonic sensor only. And apart from ultrasonic sensor, I think you have can use motion sensor. Let me just double check. To use audio capture sensor, ultrasonic sensor is used to capture object detection. For object detection, we can use ultrasonic, but apart from ultrasonic, you mean infrared? IR can be used. Yes, 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 IR can be used. Is there any IR here? Okay, so this is how the IR sensor looks like. No, motion sensor is actually it's not a sensor. Technically, when you say motion sensor, inside a motion sensor, you have ultrasonic sensors only. They create a whole circuit, and that's what we call as motion sensor. But actually, when you say motion sensor, we're talking about ultrasonic sensors. Right? Okay, so you can use IR sensor as well, infrared sensors as well. So you can mention that as a second answer. Infrared sensor brackets IR. Next, one characteristic of the robo animal that makes it a robo is that it has electronic components that include sensors, a microprocessor, and an actuator. Give one other characteristic of the robo animal that makes it a robo. It is an electronic device. So it cannot think for its own. The point is, it cannot think on its, or you can easily mention it doesn't have emotions. Okay, one thing you can mention, it cannot think on its own, out of the program, out of what is programmed, or out of how it's programmed, out of how it's programmed. So that's one reason, one thing you can mention. Okay. So one thing you can say is it cannot think on its own out of how it's programmed. Like through within what it's programmed, it can think. But if it comes across a situation which is not programmed, then it can't. It does not know how to handle that situation. That's one problem, one characteristic. Second characteristic of a robo is you can say it doesn't. What do you call of the robo animal that makes a robo? It doesn't have. I mean, it can be. There are some stupid answers you can mention. Like stupid answers, you can say something like, it can be used for a long time period, doesn't get tired, and like doesn't get tired. You can mention one answer, and second answer you can mention is it is an electronic. It is okay. The answer is given electronic components though. That it has electronic components. You can talk about emotions. You can talk about making decisions on its own. And apart, those are the main two answers. Others are stupid answers I can mention. What is the answer you are going to mention for this? This is not local syllabus, right? This is Cambridge. The same thing. Yeah. What do you call next? Also, another answer you can mention for row number one is you can say, you know, give me a moment. No, no. Sorry. Sorry. No, no, tell come. You asked to come up. Yeah, come up and mention. Correct. 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 എത്ര നിമിഷം ആൻസർ Okay, okay. My class moving on that. Sorry on the interruption. Just give me a moment. Okay, next. Uh, sorry, I got a call. Adra here, right? Adra here. Okay. Why did it take so long to reply, man? Okay. The sensor continuously sends digitalized data to the microprocessor. Describe how the microprocessor processor uses the data from the sensor to stop the robo animal when an object is less than 10 centimeter away. Okay. So how it stops is basically it's going to uh, the robo hears a guy makes noise. If the robo animal is walking and senses the object, it's less than okay. So what's going to happen here is it collects the data from the microprocessor, and if the value is less than 10 centimeter, it's going to stop. So you can mention that is the microprocessor the microprocessor compares the data received from the sensors, compares the data, compares the data, compares if the data received from the sensor, compares if the value received from the sensor is less than 10 centimeters. If so, there was somewhere where they have mentioned about actuator, right? Yeah. If so, what do you call the if so, it sends the signal to the actuator to stop the robot. It can be actuator or there's a motor, then it can use a motor there as well. Okay. So that's how you write a proper answer. So what happens is the data it gets from the sensor, it's going to compare and see is that data more than 10 centimeter. Okay. So if the data is more than 20 10 centimeter, okay. So the data is more than so it's less than 10 centimeters. If the data is less than 10 centimeters, yeah, an object is less than 10 square. So it compares the value received from the sensor is less than 10 centimeter. And if so, it sends a signal to the actuator or the motor to stop the robot. The reason why I use actuator is because they have mentioned actuator here. An actuator is like a thing that can control movement. If I'm going to show you the actuator arm, actuator used in robot. So this is how an actuator looks like. Got it? Not exact. I don't do directly, so yeah. But when we use I didn't really understand how an IR can identify an object. I'll tell you. There is nothing called motion sensor, Ryan. Motion sensor means ultrasonic sensor based. There's nothing called motion sensor. So what do you mean by motion sensor? What we use to explain for non-technical people. Because if I go and talk to a classroom of grade students, and if I be like there is an ultrasonic sensor, you will come and ask me, sir, what is ultrasonic sensor? But if I tell you we are going to use a motion sensor, you will not even question me back. So motion, the correct sense is ultrasonic, even though we use the word called motion there. Okay. So yeah, this is how the actual arm looks like, and that's how you write the answer. So you write the answer that we are going to collect the data from the sensor, and we're going to process the data and see is that data we got less than 10 centimeters. The value we got is less than 10 centimeters. If it is less than 10 centimeters, We send that signal to the actuator or else the motor who is moving the robo and ask what you call instructs it to stop. So you can write that in your own words, but this is the answer. Is that clear, Hajra? Yeah, Shaza. Hajra, which question in this was actually confusing for you? The last one. Are you clear now with the answer? Only it's because it's a 4 marks question and I got confused. So basically, your answer has to address this part. Your answer has to address the part that we are going to collect. So always, talking about a system, you have to make sure you address these stuffs. You're clear with the input, you're clear with the process, and you're clear with the output. So mostly that's how your marks will get broken down. So if you have to first of all mention the input. So in this situation, where are we getting the input from? You can mention in general or you can mention specifically. You can mention we can use ultrasonic you can see the value we get from ultrasonic sensor or directly you can mention sensor as well. So are you clear that the input is basically we are getting the value from the sensor? Okay. If it's a 4 marks question, then if you write, I thought this is one line. The image you sent me was one line. That's why I wrote here. You have more. Oh shoot, I didn't see I thought this was just a one line. Wait, if there's multiple line, then you should write a bit more descriptive. It's a 3 marks question. You write a bit more descriptive. Where you mention like this. What do you call? We have to collect the data received from the digitalized data, which we received from the sensor, and we have to compare that value and see if that value is less than 10 centimeter. So the input you're addressing is that collecting data from the sensor. The process you're addressing is check if that value is less than 10. Make sense, Hajra? Yeah. And third thing is you're saying after you get the value, if the value is less than 10, then we will instruct the actuator or else if you have a motor and we're asked the actuator or else a motor to actually um, instruct the actuator or else motor to actually stop the robot from moving. Got it? So if it's a 3 marks question, if you have mentioned this part of getting the input from the sensor, you get 1 mark. If you have mentioned that you have mentioned the part that we are going to check if the value is less than 10, and if the value is less than 10, we are going to instruct blah blah blah. For that 1 mark. And for mentioning who has to get the output has to go for this person. For that 1 mark. That's how the marks will be broken down. Is that clear? Okay, perfect. Next question. I understand, Shada. You mean tomorrow, Shaza? Okay, have a safe flight. But when you use a motion sensor, the robot can identify that as an object which is doing motions that can move. There is nothing called motion sensor. As far as you know, there's something called ultrasonic sensor. You mean something like this? As far as I know, this is also ultrasonic sense. This is I think IR. This uses IR. As far as I know, this is IR. I think it uses infrared. That is, I think, infrared sense. If I'm not wrong, it's IR. is higher. That's higher. That is what infrared sensor is. That's one way how infrared sensor can be. It emits infrared light. Inshallah, inshallah. Okay, next question was this. Dun, dun, dun. When keys are pressed on a keyboard, the text is converted binary to be processed by the computer. Describe how the text is converted binary to be processed by the computer. Um, did you all learn operating system in what do you call this one, Hajra? Then why did he give that saying it's a motion sensor? That's a motion sensor, the name of the sensor, but what is used instead of motion sensor is infrared. That's what I'm saying. We use when we're communicating with people, it's a very easy term to speak. So technical term is infrared, all those stuffs. Okay. So in terms of how the data is converted to binary to be processed by the computer, there are two approaches of how you can say. Majority of the computers use Unicode. Okay. Mm, so you can give the Unicode answer, and using the Unicode answer, we can address that. Like we can treat something like this. We can be like, yeah, without giving the operating system part, I just talked about the Unicode part. So you can give the answer something like you can tell every character is given a how the text is converted binary to be processed. When the text is converted binary, you can say every character is given a numeric value. That's the first part. Like you know how do we mention the platter for the ones and for the ones and zeros, saying that the bits seven and then the zero. Um, not exactly. Okay, not exactly, because they're not here. We're not talking about the signals like digital signals, no. So here we're talking when keys are pressed on a keyboard, the text is converted binary to be processed. Describe how the text is converted binary. So your answer has to be like every character is given a numeric value. So I had theory from one of people. To be honest, even I had theory. That's why in Excel there's two subjects, ICT and computer science. I don't teach ICT. If I'm teaching, I teach only computer science because computer science is full of practicals and ICT is full of theory. So you can mention every character is given a unique character code, a unique value. No, I think this is ICT. This is ICT, right? This is practical, but there are some theoretical stuff you learn in ICT instead of computer science. That's so boring. This is fun. Then you can say, yeah, every character is given a unique character code, and every character is given a unique value. Mostly it's a numeric value, and every character is given a unique value. The computer converts it. The computer converts it. Why is my mouse stuck? Yeah, the computer converts it to binary using the respective coding system. Using the respective Why is it stucking? Respective coding system like ASCII or Unicode. Have you learned about ASCII and Unicode and all those stuffs, Adra? What are the coding systems you all learned apart from ASCII and Unicode? Did you learn ASCII and Unicode? Both of these? Did you learn both? Yeah. Apart from ASCII and Unicode, what are the other coding systems you all learn? I'm not saying about local syllabus. I'm telling in school because Cambridge is different and Edexcel is different comparatively a bit. So, what are the coding systems you all learn apart from ASCII and Unicode? Pseudocode, Pascal, and Python. You mean those? No. Did you learn anything called ABC, DIC, BCD, all those stuffs? These all comes under that. So as far as I know, you all have only SPA and Unicode. I'm not sure if you have anything else apart from these two. So yeah. So you had mentioned every character is given a unique value. The company converts it to binary using a respective coding system like ASCII or Unicode. Company converts it to binary using a respective coding system like ASCII or Unicode. Yeah. So this is how you can simply mention it. It'll be like every character is you can again this is the point forms that are important. You rephrase and mention it something like you can mention something like every character has a unique it's a unique value unique numeric value assigned to it, and when the keys are pressed on a keyboard, that data is sent to the computer and process it's sent to the computer, and it's converted and it's converted to binary. Give me a moment. So, all right, okay. Give me a moment, guys. Okay. So what you called sorry on the interruption. Yeah. So there are three things to mention. First thing I will mention is using ASCII or Unicode, it identifies a character, and after it identifies a character, then it matches the. Okay, so you can mention something like this. I will rephrase this whole thing. You can also mention something like let's say it first identifies, it goes through the character set. Okay, it goes through a list goes through a list and like you have a list of all these different number systems values. Okay, so it will go through this list and it goes through a list of ASCII or Unicode values. It goes through a list of values. It goes through a list of values and identifies the why is it stucking numeric value of the given character. Why is my laptop stucking so much to charge with the given character? Give me a moment. There's a okay. If I shift the windows, that will get stuck. So first is identifying value. Okay. Identify the numeric value. And second is convert it to binary. And then third yeah. Third is actually there's two, but before this, let me double check letter A in Unicode. So letter A in Unicode is letter A in Unicode is SOHDC1. Yeah, uppercase A is plus 0441. Okay, so these are Unicode. And after it identifies Unicode, that's 0041, 0041. Did not look at this, didn't you study this table actually? Yeah, and you forgot it. I need the Latin one. Capital letter A in Unicode for the Latin. Latin. It's table only actually. So 0041, 0041. It's 40 now. Enjoy. Other. So these are the values for one. So letters. For capital letter A, you have the value as what is the unchanged A? A with up, A with down, A with C, A here, here was A is there, and A actually, it's not English. Okay, this is simple letters, capital letter. For capital letter A, we have it's the ASCII, no, ASCII 65. They have mentioned ASCII table, Unicode, Unicode. I actually can't remember the Unicode value. Here it's mentioned as 001. Okay. Here it's mentioned as 0061. Sorry, 0041. Oh, there's a database here. Found it. So you can see here the value of letter A is actually 41. But there are variations of A like this. And where is it? Correct. So you get the no mostly if you take 0041, no, yeah, 0041, and it's actually encoded. That value is normally encoded, and mostly we have this UTF-16 encoding method. It's basically by default if you're going to take the value, it's going to be a very long value. So we shorten the value by taking 0041. Okay. And what we do is after you figure out the identify the character, you have to figure out the value assigned for the letter A. Okay. So after you figure out the value assigned for the letter A, so you can mention the computer first of all identifies the value assigned for the letter A, the Unicode or ASCII value assigned for letter A. And second step, it converts that value to binary. Okay, the value it identifies is converted to binary. And I can't mention a third answer. I can mention two answers. That's the problem I have here. I can give you two. There's like two steps to make it a 3 marks question. Like each letter or symbol in the text is looked up in the. Yeah. So technically, if you write this in a descriptive way, they give the answer. These are 2 points that you mention. Huh? I can't figure out a third point. So it's going through the. If you want to make sure the third point, you can like write it figuratively. Like you can say we go through a list of values and find the. We go through the list of values as first step and find the assigned value for the respective character, converts it to binary. Got it? Actually, it'll find the decimal value assigned. It'll find the decimal value assigned and convert to binary. Is that clear? I remember someone maybe so disappointed with it. What when? Anyways, tell me, did you get the answer there? Ah, okay. Now I got another one more point you can mention. So here they have mentioned the word called text. So text means it's not one character; it's a word, right? So then you can mention what do you call from the text. Every character is taken separately and mapped with the respect and mapped with its respective decimal value based on ASCII or else Unicode. Okay, based on ASCII or else Unicode, and each value is converted to binary, and processed by. And each and after it identifies decimal value, they are converted to binary and processed. Got the idea? So you can write that. Tell me, did you get the ideas to mention? Okay, perfect. Next question. Text that is input into a computer can be stored in a text file. Yes, it can be stored. A text file can be compressed using lossless compression. Normally for media only we use lossless compression. Okay, for text file also you can do. State what effect this has on the file size. Obviously, it's very direct. Compression is basically what we're doing for the file size. We even learned it in 2 3 weeks back in the class. Correct. So you can mention it, the file size reduced. Okay. For the impact, you can say the file size is reduced. Why is my laptop stuck in writing? The file size is reduced. Describe how lossless compression compresses a text file. So basically, I'll explain you the process first, and then I'll tell you how you can write it. Okay. So for example, Hajra, let's say we are going to write a sentence like this. Okay. I'm going to write a sentence like, let's say, okay, let's take this sentence. And I'm going to compress this sentence. I can compress this sentence like this. DES describe how, okay, lossless compress. But I can mention LO2S. Okay. Plus LE2S. So normally in lossless compression, what happens is when you have a file where some certain characters are repeating, without again mentioning that character, we mention a number representing how many times it's representing. So without mentioning, let's say we have a word where S is there 3 times. So without mentioning SSS, you will mention something like 2S. Make sense? Okay. So that's how lossless compression actually works. Now, because they ask you to describe how lossless compression compresses the text file, and it's a 4 marks question, you can tell it first of all identifies the repeated data or pattern. Now, there'll be some. Now, here I give an example of repeated letters. So sometimes it can take repeated words, or it depends on the compression method. There are different types of compression, and different people can make their own compression logic. So you can have your own algorithm. That's your wish. So normally, how it would work is it identifies the repeated data. That's the first step. Identifying. Why is it stucking, man? What are the applications I'm running in? I'm pretty sure it's because of that fellow. What do you call the application running in a different window? I just type it because I'm fed up of this stucking part. Wait, I can directly. Okay, so first thing it's going to do is it's going to identify the repeating characters or repeating data. You can mention. Okay, identifies repeated. Repeating data or pattern in the text. Text. And after it identifies the repeating data in the text, the second step would be replacing the repeated data with a short reference, like lossless as LO2S, LE2S. And actually, if you compare the number of characters in lossless and the number of character in this, is the difference in the number of character. In this question, there are certain questions it will vary, but if you look at these two words, is there a difference in the number of character? Number of characters. Adara? No. So if you're actually wondering if the file size is reducing, yes, it reduces. That is because when you compare text with numbers, text take more space than numbers to store. Is that clear? So even though the number of characters are same, there is a difference. And then you can say replace the repeated with a short, replace the repeated with a short reference code. And then you can mention a table with the reference code and the original data can be present. Okay, the table with the original code and the reference code, original data. Or the table can store the reference code with the reference code and the original data corresponding. Okay, and then we can say when decompressed, when decompressed, the original file can be when decompressed, the original file can be recreated with the without any data lost. Okay, got it? Yeah, no data lost. So this is I wrote in a very point form way, but you have to describe it and write the answer. Got it? I just typed and sent it to you in the chat. So what do you call next? Give two reasons why the text file may have been give two reasons why the text file may have been compressed. Um, Two reasons for compressing. Is they asking why the advantage of two reasons thing? So okay, one thing. So one reason why you can transfer, you can, what do you, two reason why the text file may have been compressed is maybe you can say, we're not sharing the file. Okay. When you're sharing the file with one another person, you can, this one, when sharing the file with another person, the file size can be, you can have faster upload and download. Okay. So if I'm phrasing that to a sentence, I can say when sharing, when sharing or transferring the files or transferring the files by compressing, we can reduce the file size. Yeah, that's also true. We can reduce the file size, and that can be, that can help to easily, or that can help to quickly upload or download the file during file transfers. Is this part clear? When we are sharing or transferring the files, by compressing, we can reduce the file size, and that can help to quickly upload, download. Because when small file size, it's less amount of time taken. That's one answer. And second answer is just like you told. What do you call? You can reduce the file size. So you can say, what do you call, compressing? Or you can mention this as first answer as well. Order is not important. Compressing takes up only less. What do you call? It takes up less storage space to store. Storage space to store the file. So we can save our storage space, or we can, yeah, save our storage space, or you can say we can effectively use our storage space by compressing large files. So Commit takes out less storage space to store the files, so we can save our storage space. So we can store our storage space by compressing it. Something else you can mention. Got it? Okay. Is there anything else? Yeah. Did you WhatsApp? Okay. I had my answers. Do you want that too? Yes, please, Adra. Okay, got it. Download. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, write a pseudocode for a program that performs the following task. So stores the username mycat123 and password myhidden in two separate named variables. So declared stored username String declare stored password. String declare entered username. String declare entered password. String declare store the username. Make it no. Ah wait, this is the program for the whole question. Ah then okay. Because if it's just a part, because to store the username mycat in my hidden, only you need this stored username, stored password. Only these two, and then these two. Not stored username mycat123 stored password. This is not how you. Okay, in Excel, it's not how you do it. That I'm not sure. Cambridge. Let me double check. In Excel, we mentioned to assign the value. So wait, let me just double check that. Okay, in Excel, it's actually arrowhead. Then correct. Because in sorry, Cambridge, it's arrowhead because at Excel, it's a bit different. At Excel, it goes like this. Yeah, in what you call at Excel, we use a word called set. See, set H2 to 0, set HE to 0. So in Excel, we use a word called set. That's why I was wondering why have you used mentioned that Kira, if you have here. That's weird. For me, this is weird because I use set. What do you call yeah, then okay, stored username 123 stored. Actually, for stored username and password, also, I just want to double check that because is it directly mentioned there as declare for assignment 816 directly? Okay, then fine. So yeah, that part is done. Next, from the user to enter you. What is this? Prompt the user to enter a username and password. Yeah, once you're back, let me know. Okay, perfect. Give me a second. Okay. So what do you called? One more thing I'll check. That is this part. That is okay, fine. Then we have this part also okay. You're prompting the user to enter username and password. Okay, that is what I want to check. Repeat. Why repeating? Okay, I'll cover the question. Enter username, input entered username. Shall I show you a fun fact? In Edexcel, we don't say output entered username. We say send to the display output username. I'll just show you. Edexcel, input output. I'll show you, wait. So in Edexcel, if you want to output a value, we mention it like this is this one. This is what you called Cambridge. In Edexcel, it goes like why can't I find an Excel answer in the internet? All are Cambridge. Excel should have put output values. Computer science. So it goes like here. Send hello world to display. This is how output works in Excel. And if you want to get a data, so set a value. It's like set name to this, set that to this. So here receive name from keyboard. Okay. For input, you're directly mentioning input now. In Excel, it goes receive and you have to mention the variable name from keyboard. Anyways, let's focus on your context. See, you have to be happy that you're doing Edexcel and not computer science. See, not you're doing Cambridge and not computer science in this situation. Actually, local syllabus is the easiest, and then I'll put Cambridge and then Edexcel. So yeah, you declare the stored password and entered password, and after that you output enter username and you input the entered username, output enter password, and your input entered password. Fine. So that is done. Here's done. This is done. This is also done. Uh, Validate the entered username and password against the stored values. Validate the entered username and password against the stored. So here is if condition there. If entered username is not equal to stored username, if entered is not equal to stored username, or entered password is not equal to stored password, then output invalid username or password. Try again. Invalid username or password. Try again. Correct. Keep prompting the user until the user correct Enter the correct username and password entered. So repeat until entered username is equal to stored username and entered password is equal to stored password. In pseudo code, equal symbol, I think you have to mention two equal symbol. Begins while loop also. In while loop, then you have to mention while for while true. So in while loop, have you all learned the word return statement in pseudocode? Okay. So basically, another way you could do this is you can create a variable, and you can keep the variable is let's say a variable like for example, let's say status. Okay. So initially you can set the status to be true. Sorry, false. Okay. Initially you can set the status to be false. And oh no, sorry. Initially you can set the status to be true. And in the while loop, you can mention while status. So you don't have to mention while status is this or while status that. You can directly mention while status, and you can mention or you can mention while status is equal to true. Your wish. Okay, while status is equal to true, and you can run the code. And running the code, you have the if statement, right? In the if statement, you can mention here that if the answers are correct. Okay, if the password is correct, you can mention the part called yeah. Here you're doing the if statement to see is this answer wrong, no? So if answer is wrong, my bad. I remember my teacher talking about this. Yeah. So you can mention something like, let's say, while in the while loop, you have to mention the other part as well. Now, here you're checking only if it's wrong password. No? So you also mention the part if it's correct password. So you have to mention if it's correct password, then status equals false. So once status equals false, the reparation will be stopping. Did you get the idea? Okay. So you're not checking the password. You check is the password correct. If the pass now here you're checking is the password wrong. No? So there you have the else part as well. So in the else part, you can in this the same if condition put the else part and mention else status equals false. So if you mention status equals false and then end, it again goes in. When it again goes and checks is status true, that will become false. So that's complex unwantedly though. So for this situation, while loop, the repeat and loop is more suitable comparatively. But if you're doing it, you use the status or something like that. Okay. So key prompt under the username is enter. Okay, what I want to check is that only. Is it equal? Can you use equal symbol? Ah, yes, you can use equal symbol because you had sometimes you use two equal symbols. Anyways, that's fine. So that's also done. Once login is successful, generate a random number between 1 and 100. Once login is successful, generate a number between 1 and 100 and store it in a variable called toGuess. ToGuess is equal to random 100 plus 1. You don't mention plus, you mention 1 comma 100. No, have you used the random function correctly? Why did you mention plus 1? Tell me. Why did you mention plus 1? Because random function mentioned 1 comma 100. Random function pseudocode bridge. So it will be something like this in brackets. And I said 1 comma 100. Random into 99 plus. Why are you multiplying by 99 and adding 1? I'm confused because this is the way we use it. You're saying random into 9, 10. So what is the first value representing? What is the second value representing? And why did you mention zero there? Ah, okay, decimal number. Okay. No, no. It's always small number, comma, large number now. Wait. Yes, please, Hajra. Okay. Ah, okay, 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 okay. Okay. Okay, 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 okay. Now I know. I just double checked it. So basically, um, hmm, 0 point. So for example, when you use a random function in when you use a random, your answer is actually not wrong. It's not 100% correct. You mentioned the answer like this, right? You gave me the answers. What do you called? You gave me the equation like this, right? This is how you gave me the equation, right? It should be something like random with brackets here into 99 plus 1. Okay. And you forgot one more thing. This zero you said is to make a whole number, right? To make it a whole number, we use a different function called round. So it has to become here round first of all. So it has to be something like this round random into 99 plus 1. So I was wondering why the hell did you use comma zero there randomly? It doesn't make sense. So what do you called? So how it works is this random in pseudocode as per pseudocode in this one. So understandable. In this one pseudocode, Kageda Cambridge pseudocode. I'm getting messed up in Cambridge pseudocode here and edXL and local here. Anyways, this value called random function, it gives a value between 0 to 1. So for example, let's say it gives a value like 0 point something, 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 0 point, let's say 2543, something like that. So if it generates a number, it will multiply it by 99. So 0.2543 into 99 is 0.2543. If I multiply it by 99, then I'll get a number like this, 25.1757. Now the reason why we don't take it as 100 is if I take it as 100, then what do you call, if I get, let's say, a number like 1, then the value can be 100. But the question has specified the number has to be, yeah, between 1 and 100. So when you say between 1 and 100, you can't use 1 and 100. It has to be a number between them. That's why I use 99 without using 100. Okay, is that part clear? Why we use 99 without 100? Like if you use 100, then it's 100 is also included. But when you use a word called there's a word called between and from. If you say from, you can use 1 and 100. But if you say between, then you can't use 1 and 100. Okay. So here we're using 99. So multiply that by 99. And we're going to add 1. So the reason to add 1 is because if you get 0 point, let's say value from, okay, the reason why we add 1 is because suppose let's say we get the number as 0. Yeah, if we get the value as 0, then 0 and 99 is equal to 0 plus 1 is 0. Wait, then 1 is included now. And if you get the value as 1, 1 times 99 is 99. 99 plus 1 is 100. Okay, in this question, actually, we are including 100 as well. So that means this question has to be not between 1 and 100. It should be from 1 to 100. Hmm. When you say the word called between, do we include 1 and 100? Normally, when you use the word called between, do you include the number 1 and do you include the number 100? Yes or no? We can't exactly. So therefore, I don't think that marking would be much serious there. So therefore, we have to mention something like we can't use 1 and 100 there. We have to use 97 and 2. Technically, the most appropriate value here is, I don't think again they'll make a big fuss of English there from and between. But if you don't want to include 1 and if you don't want to include 100, then you can mention here 97 and 2. Because if you mention 97 plus 2, then the smallest value we can get is 0. No? So 0 times 97, 0 into 97 is 0 and 0 plus 2 is 2. So therefore, we don't start with 1, we start with 2. Okay. And the largest value we can get here is 1. No? So if we get the largest value as 1, so 1 times 97 is 97 plus 2 is 99. So to make sure that our number is from 2 and 99, I use 97 and 2. But was this a question you had to submit somewhere? Then now ask, then clarify from them whether you have to include 1 and 100. Because when you use the word called between 1 and 100, this is the most suitable value, which is instead of 99, use 97. Instead of 1, use 2. Are you clear with why I said 97 and 2 instead of 99 and 100, 99 and 1? Because 99 and 1 will include the number 1 and number 100. Make sense? Okay. So if you do that correction there, that is a correction you should do, okay? That the way you written the function is wrong. So two guesses. Did you declare? Okay, you declare two guesses integer, and you have made it a number, okay, random. So this is the correct answer. After you do that, you have to once long generate a random number. Okay, done. Allow the user 5 attempts to guess the number. So attempt is equal to 0. 4 attempts 1 to 5. Um, Olu, Pin, Sudapur, Cambridge. Results. You can mention in range. This is same as how we do here also, but apart from using in range, have you all like don't you all use in range for follow? So you all are using 1 to 10 as well. Okay, this one uses 1 to 10, so it's fine. So in that case, correct. 4 attempts, 1 to 5. I think I mentioned the word called do as well, right? 1 to 5. No, do. Okay, fine. So 1 to 5. And I'm confused. Why did you mention here attempts as 0? If it's a while loop, yes, you need. But for a for loop, what did you mention? Is there a reason? Oh, it's a mistake. I missed something or missed something. It's yeah, answer is rhyming. What do you call? Your mention attempt equals 0 if using the while loop. For the for loop, this is not needed. So just double check. Do you need that? Not needed. It's not wrong. It's not needed. I mean, it's not making your answer wrong. Okay. So yeah. So this is basically assessing 4 attempts equals 1 to 5. Output enter your guess. Correct. Input guess. Okay. We display the number of attempts taken. Where allow the user 5 attempts to guess the number. After each guess, if the guess is correct, display you win along with the number of attempts taken at the end of the game. Hey, for the number of attempts taken, only you have this attempts variable here. So the program is running for the first time, you have attempts equals 1. So if they get the answer correct, then you're like, okay, you got the answer correct in the first attempt itself. So there is no purpose of this. This is not even used. This is getting overwritten by this line. So this line changes the value. So even though it's 0 here, then it doesn't make any sense. So you're going to, what do you call, enter a guess, input guess. If a guess is equal to guess, then output you win. Uh, if the guess is correct, display you win. Correct. Two guess, T capital, G capital, two guess, correct. Output attempts taken, comma, attempts. Double check that. Concatenation in pseudocode, output, Cambridge. So you don't use a word called and. India learn this and. Okay, you can use comma as well. Fine. It's different method. Then okay, then okay. But did you all learn in school this and keyword? Okay. So the problem in your answer is did you all learn this thing called num to str? Have you learned this function called num to str? Hmm? Yes or no? Have you learned that function? What happened? Network. I asked you, have you all learned this function called num to str? There's a function like this. Have you heard this? Have you learned this function? No. In your school, did they tell you that you can join uh, two values which are in two different data types? That means if you have a text here and a number, you can join both of them like this. Because in Python, you can't do that. So if you're learning Python, most probably they will not allow you to do that as well. I mean, have you all done like this concatenation? When you're joining a text and a variable like this, have you all done this? Like this, and the variable having a numeric, then fine. But I would suggest, I don't know if it's, if you have not, if just check your textbook, do you have this function? If you have this function, use. If you don't have this function, ignore. But normally what happens is in Python, now you can't join the value of text and join the value of a number together. But joining both of them have to be the same data type. So therefore, what we do is this number we have, we might convert it to string. So we use this function to convert the number into string. Got it? So you might mention num to str. In brackets, you might mention something like attempts. Clear? Hmm? Is that clear? What happened now? Again, network issue. Understandable. What I was telling you is just double check your textbook if you have this function called num to str. Because normally, if you take values of two different data type, you can't join them together. You convert it to the same common data type. So one thing you can do is you can convert that string to a so you can convert that integer to a string using this variable. You can use using this function num to str. So you can write something called comma without mentioning comma attempts. You can mention comma num to str in brackets attempts like this. Make sense? Okay. So output you win along with the number of attempts taken and then end the game. We don't end the game using return. We end the for loop using break. No, break is to enter the end the current run. And to make it this one, we say we can use we can actually there's a name for that. It's called exit. Yeah, exit 4. Why did you mention return here? Have you learned this what do you called function called exit 4? Have you learned this word called exit 4? Hmm? Other, have you learned the exit 4 part? Like, have you ever learned how to break the like for loop? How do you break, like, for example, without continuing? Right, understandable. Like, have you learned the difference of how do you break the current flow and break the entire loop? Like, you have rounds, right? Just stop this round in the half and go for the next round. Okay, so if you're going in a round, the one, you have multiple rounds, you go in a for loop, right? If you want to break, meaning, let's say you're in the first round, and in the middle of the first round, let's say you want to stop in the middle and you want to go for the second round. Okay. So if you're in the first round still, you want to stop in the middle and you want to go for the second round. For that, we use a statement called break. But if you want to completely stop the for loop, then we use one called exit. Got it? Is that clear? So for this question, using a for loop is not suitable. For this question, using a while loop is really more suitable. Is that clear? No, whatever. What was the last part you heard? Nothing. Okay, so what I was telling was in what do you call for loop, you have these rounds, right? If you want to stop, like let's say in the first round, you want to stop the round in half and go for the second round. For that, we use a word called break, the keyword called break. But if you want to stop the complete for loop from running, like not, don't even go for the second, completely stop it. For that, we use exit. Is that clear? Okay. And then, so here, without mentioning return, you would mention exit for, okay? And or else use a while loop here. I would suggest using a while loop here that's less complex. Because if it's while loop, directly you can mention like a status variable and come out. So after each guess, if the guess is correct, display you win along with the number of attempts taken, then end the game. If the guess is lower than two guess, if guess is less than two guess, then output too low. Okay. Else, if the guess is too high, equals to high. Correct. End if. Next attempts. Correct. And if the user fails to guess the number within 5 display, you lose. No, you can't do it like this. So you can't do this with for loop. Okay, now that's where you have to. Okay, this is wrong. For while loop, it's actually not while loop. It will you handle it in different situation. Okay, to handle this output, you lose. The problem here is, let's say a person won the game. Okay, if a person won the game, in your what do you called the show the correct number generated by the computer. Okay, in your scenario, tell me these two statements. That is output you lose, and the correct number was this. Can the people who won the game also see this? Hmm? Yeah. Why? Because from here the for loop ends. So even the people who won the game, they will continue, right? Yeah. So even the people who what do you called won the game, once once they have won the game, they'll go for the instruction after the end of the for loop. Okay. So there are two ways you can handle this. So one way you can handle this is basically what you call you can stop the program from running, because basically after you return that you win an attempts, is are these for the people who won the program, are these codes after this even necessary? Like, is there any data from these that are relevant for the people who won the game? No. So therefore you can stop the complete program from running. To stop the entire program from running, we use a word called stop. So when the person what do you call has won the game, without his return here, you can use stop then. So if you stop, the entire program is stop. Then your answer is correct. Make sense? But the way your answer is there now, every user, once they're done with the guessing, once they have done with the 5 attempts, they'll go for the instruction after this. So what will happen is these two instructions will be displayed for everyone. Make sense? Okay. Any other questions? What is it? Can imagine how to show it. Just WhatsApp and Kim, I can do it on Thursday. Okay, that's fine. Anyways, I'm not much familiar with these terms, so I'll double check. So sorry on the time waste on that, because I'm more familiar with the Excel than the what do you call the Cambridge. Okay, then have a nice day. Bye bye. On Thursday, we have the grade 10 paper class. If you want after the grade 10 paper class, you can bring it and come. Okay.